Hello, my restful souls. I've been working on something behind the scenes that I'm so excited about. And next week, I finally get to share it with all of you. So make sure you're following the channel. You won't want to miss this one. So, tonight, we explore what happens when immortality doesn't heal you, but preserves you, frozen forever in the most painful moment of your human life. This is the Midnight Sun theory of frozen vampire trauma. Alright, get cozy. Close your eyes. Breathe in slowly. And let yourself be still tonight. Just like they are. Edward Cullen had been 17 years old for 87 years when Bella Swan walked into his biology class. And in all that time, he had changed very little. He knew this about himself. It was not a comfortable thing to know. He had accumulated decades of experience. He had watched the world transform around him in ways that would have been incomprehensible to the boy he had once been. He had witnessed wars begin and end. He had watched empires dissolve and ideologies rise and collapse and rise again under different names. He had seen the automobile replace the horse, electricity replace candlelight, and the telephone remake the entire texture of human connection. He had read everything worth reading in 4 different centuries, had mastered instruments that no longer existed in the forms he had first learned them, had moved through dozens of cities and towns and lives, always passing through, never staying long enough to leave a mark that time would not quickly erase. And yet, when he examined himself honestly, when he looked past the accumulated knowledge and the practiced performance of control and the careful architecture of the existence he had built around his damage, what he found beneath it all was the same fear, the same hunger, the same desperate clawing need to impose order on a world that had once unmade him completely. The same boy in the same terror, wearing decades of experience like clothing over a wound that had never been given the chance to close. Vampires, Edward had come to understand over those long 87 years, did not grow. They endured. This was the truth that the Cullen family rarely spoke aloud, and the understanding that lived beneath every careful routine and every maintained pretense of normalcy, and every gentle fiction they told themselves and each other about the life they were building together. They had found ways to function. They had found ways to coexist, to build something that resembled a life and something that resembled a family, to attend the same high school year after year in different towns, and sit at the same cafeteria tables and perform the same rituals of human adolescence with the same practiced ease. But functioning was not the same as healing, and coexistence was not the same as resolution, and the performance of normalcy was not the same as actually being normal in any sense that mattered beneath the surface. Each of them carried something permanent, something that had been sealed inside them at the moment the venom finished its terrible, thorough, irrevocable work. And no number of decades, no accumulation of new experiences, no effort of will or love or discipline or devotion had softened it or shifted it or worn it down into something more manageable than it had been at the very beginning. To understand why, it is necessary to understand what transformation actually does, not in the simplified terms of legend or folklore, not in the dramatic shorthand of Gothic fiction, but in the specific and careful terms that the Twilight canon establishes, and that Edward himself reflects upon with a particular clarity of someone who has had nearly a century to observe the process from the inside. The venom of a vampire works with a systematic thoroughness that is almost elegant in its violence. From the moment it enters the bloodstream, it begins rewriting. It travels first through the circulatory system. Carried by the very blood, it is in the process of displacing, reaching every corner of the body with extraordinary speed. And then it goes further, moving beyond the blood into the tissues, the lymphatic system, the organs, the bone. It infiltrates the cellular machinery of a human body at the most fundamental level and dismantles everything it finds there, not carelessly, not randomly, but with a purpose that seems almost architectural in its precision. Every cell that made the person mortal, vulnerable, temporary, every cell that carried the capacity for aging and illness and the slow, ordinary erosion of a human life, is restructured into something designed to last indefinitely. The process is not addition, it is replacement. Bones become harder than granite, capable of absorbing forces that would shatter anything the human world has produced. Skin becomes impenetrable to all but the most specific and catastrophic kinds of damage, smooth and cold and unyielding as stone. The senses are amplified to a degree that has no meaningful human analogue. Hearing and sight and smell extending so far beyond their original parameters that the world a vampire inhabits is effectively a different world than the one they experience as a human. Richer in information, more overwhelming in its detail, more demanding in its constant sensory input. Strength increases to a scale that defies easy description. Speed follows. Reflexes follow. Everything that made the body fragile and finite is gone, replaced by something that will not age, will not sicken, will not deteriorate, will not yield to time in any of the ways that human bodies inevitably and relentlessly do. And the heart, that faithful and tireless engine that has been working since before the person was born, slows through the transformation as the venom reaches it, stutters as the last of its ordinary function is overwritten, and stops entirely, finally. The silence where the heartbeat was is perhaps the single most defining feature of what the vampire is. The engine is gone, the clock has stopped, and everything the clock was measuring, every moment of a life moving forward through time toward its natural conclusion, has been permanently suspended. It takes 3 days. In those 3 days, I'm the person who existed before the bite is, in every biological sense, dying. The human body is being unmade. What emerges on the other side shares their memories and their face and their voice and the fundamental pattern of their personality. But the body is entirely new, and the biology is entirely new, and there is no medical or scientific framework within the human world that would recognize what they have become as continuous with what they were. They are something else now. something that belongs to a different category of existence entirely, something for which the human world has only mythological language, because it has never needed precise language for what was always supposed to be impossible. But here is what the Twilight canon suggests, and what Edward's own reflections throughout Midnight Sun make quietly and repeatedly, and almost painfully clear. The psychological self is not rewritten the way the biological self is. It is not replaced. It is not restructured or optimized or improved upon. It is preserved, exactly as it was, in precisely the condition it was in at the moment the transformation completed, which is to say, in precisely the condition it was in at the moment of the person's effective death as a human being. The venom changes everything about how the body functions, and almost nothing about the fundamental architecture of the mind that inhabited that body. The fears that the person carried, the wounds that had not yet healed, the coping mechanisms they had developed over years of navigating a difficult existence, the emotional reflexes that fired automatically in response to the particular dangers their particular life had trained them to expect, all of it remains, and is in a sense sealed, calcified, made as permanent and as unchangeable as the marble flesh that now contains it. The person does not get to continue developing from the point of their transformation. They do not get to take the psychological raw material of who they were and continue the slow human work of becoming someone more integrated, more at peace, more capable of sitting with the things that once undid them. The transformation ends that process at the exact moment it begins the biological one. A human being who survives trauma has time on their side. Not always enough time, and not always time that works in the direction of healing without a great deal of conscious effort and pain, but time, and the possibility that comes with it. The possibility of distance between the self and the wound. The gradual softening that occurs when years accumulate and the nervous system slowly, haltingly, sometimes reluctantly learns that the danger is no longer immediate. The possibility of therapy, of new relationships, of vocations and passions and experiences that provide new frameworks for understanding what happened and what it means. The possibility of children, or of deep friendship, or of spiritual practice, or of simply getting far enough away from the worst moment that it stops being the only moment. Human beings can, with great effort, and often great pain, and rarely in a straight line, or grow past the things that broke them. Not all the way, not completely. The wound always leaves a mark, but the mark can fade. The wound can scar over. The person can become someone for whom the damage is part of their history, rather than the entirety of their present. A vampire has none of this. Not because they lack the intelligence or the desire or the will. Edward is proof that vampires are capable of extraordinary self-reflection, of genuine moral reasoning, of something that looks very much like wisdom in certain lights, but wisdom accumulated in a mind that cannot fundamentally change is not the same as wisdom that transforms the self. It is more like a detailed map of a territory the mapmaker cannot alter. Edward can describe his damage with extraordinary precision. He cannot heal it, because the mechanism through which psychological healing occurs requires a self that is still moving and changing and permeable to new experience. A self that time can work on, because it is still embedded in time. A vampire's self is not permeable in that way. It is fixed. New experiences accumulate, but they they do not alter the underlying structure any more than new furniture changes the architecture of a house. The rooms remain what they are. The load-bearing walls do not move. The foundation does not shift, no matter how beautifully the interior is decorated. Edward observed this in himself with the particular cruelty of someone who could see clearly and could not look away, and had no one to talk to about what he saw because the truth of it was too intimate and too painful and too permanent to make into ordinary conversation. And he could trace the direct line from the powerlessness of his dying months in a Chicago hospital during the autumn of 1918 to every compulsion that defined his vampire existence. The obsessive need for control in every situation he found himself in. The hypervigilance that had him tracking a dozen minds simultaneously at all times, never fully resting, never permitting himself the luxury of reduced attention, because reduced attention was what had failed him when the influenza came and took everything. The terror of becoming something monstrous, which was not a philosophical abstraction for Edward, but a visceral, daily, lived anxiety rooted in the specific horror of a 17-year-old boy who had felt his body destroy itself from the inside while his mind watched, helpless and fully aware and utterly unable to intervene, and unable to stop the dying, unable to protect his father or his mother or himself from something invisible and indifferent and absolute. He could see the same mechanism operating in every member of his family, though they rarely acknowledged it directly, and he had learned not to press the point. It was too intimate, too permanent. The kind of truth that everyone understood without needing it, stated because stating it accomplished nothing and cost a great deal. They were not healing, they were managing. They were finding increasingly sophisticated ways to live around the fixed point of their damage rather than through it, because through it was not a direction available to them. The walls of the wound were not permeable, and the only option was to build a life that accommodated the wound's dimensions rather than insisting on a life that required it to close. This is what the theory proposes, and what the canon supports with a consistency that becomes more striking the more carefully you read. The moment of transformation is not simply the moment when the human body gives way to the vampire one. It is also, and perhaps more significantly, the moment when psychological development stops. Whatever emotional state the person inhabited at the instant of their effective death, whatever fears were most alive in them, whatever needs were most desperate, whatever grief was most unresolved, whatever rage was still burning without any object adequate to its intensity, that is the state in which they are preserved, and not frozen in the sense of being inert or unconscious or incapable of thought. They think, they feel, they respond, they love and fear and desire with the full complexity of any conscious being, but frozen in the sense of being structurally unchanged at the level that matters most. The way a photograph freezes motion. The image in the photograph continues to exist, continues to be looked at, and to carry meaning for the people who see it. But the moment it depicts does not continue to unfold. The person in the photograph does not age in the image. The expression on their face does not change. Whatever feeling moved across their features at the instant the shutter closed is the feeling that remains permanently in every version of that photograph that will ever exist. Every vampire is a photograph of their own worst moment. In the Cullen family, this produces a group of individuals who are, by any external measure, extraordinary. They are beautiful and intelligent and capable and, within the considerable parameters of their chosen lifestyle, genuinely ethical in ways that most vampires in the Twilight canon are not. They have built something remarkable together. A family that functions across the most profound imaginable differences of origin and temperament and history and psychological need. They love each other in the specific and somewhat desperate way that people who have only each other can love, with a fierce attachment that comes from understanding that the rest of the world will never fully know what they are or what it costs them to be it. But beneath this functioning, and beneath the beautiful house made of glass and pale wood at the edge of the Forks forest, beneath the careful routines and the practiced performances of normality, and the gentle fictions they maintain for the benefit of the human world around them, each of them is still standing in the moment they died, still breathing the air of the worst instant of their human existence, still feeling, at the deepest and most structural level of who they are, what they felt when the venom reached their heart and the heart went silent. Carlisle is still a young man in the London cellar in the 1600s, horrified by what he has become, convinced that his existence is an offense against the faith he inherited and the God he still impossibly refuses to stop believing in. Edward is still a 17-year-old boy in a Chicago hospital in the autumn of 1918, drowning in his own body, furious at his helplessness and terrified of oblivion, and unable to stop either feeling because there is nothing he can do, nothing at all, except wait for the end. Esme is still a woman on a cliff in 1921, having already decided that the world without her infant son in it is not a world she is willing to continue inhabiting. Rosalie is still lying in a Rochester street in 1933, her body ruined and her dignity stolen and her rage burning at an intensity that nothing in the subsequent decades has managed to reduce by any meaningful degree. Jasper is still in the American South in 1863, calibrating threat levels in a room full of newborn vampires and feeling through his empathic gift the bloodlust and the fear of everyone around him, while simultaneously managing his own, with no safe place to put any of it and no end to the requirement that he manage it anyway. Alice is still in an asylum in Biloxi, Mississippi, her visions dismissed as the symptoms of a broken mind, her identity systematically dismantled by an institution that had no language for what she was experiencing except the language of pathology and confinement. Emmett is still in the Tennessee mountains in 1935, at the absolute peak of a moment of pure physical extremity, his body flooded with adrenaline and his nervous system calibrated entirely for immediate survival, with no cognitive space available for anything more complex than the next second and what it requires of him. 7 people, 7 moments, 7 psychological states, each one sealed in place with a permanence that no subsequent experience has been able to compromise. What makes this theory particularly resonant when read through Midnight Sun specifically is that Edward is the one narrating the story, and Edward is also the one who can hear everyone's thoughts with a clarity and an intimacy that no other character in the series possesses. He has the clearest possible view of what his family actually experiences beneath the surface of what they present to the world and to each other, and what he hears when he listens honestly and without the comfortable fictions that would make it easier to bear, is not resolution. It is not healing or growth or the gradual softening of old wounds into old scars. It is management. It is the daily, exhausting, sometimes desperate, always ongoing work of people who are permanently wounded choosing to be functional anyway, because the alternative is an isolation and a purposelessness that is worse than the difficulty of trying. He hears Jasper's thoughts running tactical assessments before he enters any room, cataloguing exits and threats and the relative vulnerability of every person present. He hears Rosalie's thoughts cycling back again and again and again to the particular grief and fury of a life stolen. At the moment it seemed to be arriving at everything it had been working toward. He hears Alice's thoughts racing forward into possible futures with a compulsive urgency that never fully quiets, armed because the future is the only temporal direction that offers her anything stable, the only place where she can construct a coherent sense of continuity in the self that began with no past and no name and no explanation for what it was. He hears Esme's thoughts gathering around each of them with a maternal anxiety that has no natural upper limit, because the grief that produced it also had no natural limit, and the need to protect and nurture that she carries is as bottomless as the loss that created it. He hears Carlisle's thoughts returning, even across 3 centuries of evidence to the contrary, to the question of whether what he is could possibly be compatible with what he believes goodness requires of a being capable of choice. And he hears his own thoughts, which he cannot escape, which are the loudest and the most relentless of all, hacks the constant self-scrutiny of someone who is always monitoring himself for the first signs of the monster he fears he truly is beneath every layer of discipline and restraint and carefully chosen behavior. Someone who learned at 17, in the worst possible way, that he could not trust the world to be safe, or his body to be reliable, or his circumstances to protect him from catastrophe, and who has spent every year since then trying to compensate for that lesson through sheer force of controlled intention. This is not dysfunction precisely. It is something more specific and more permanent than dysfunction. It is not a failure of character or a weakness of will or a problem that better choices at some earlier point might have prevented. It is the shape of what they are, the structural reality of an existence in which time continues to pass, but the self does not continue to change, in which experience accumulates but does not transform, in which love and connection and purpose are all genuinely available, but cannot do the one thing that love and connection and purpose do for human beings, which is to provide a pathway through the wound towards something that resembles, however imperfectly and incompletely, the other side of it. That is the theory in its simplest and its most honest form. That is the idea this script will carry through each member of the Cullen family, one at a time, with care, tracing the line from the moment of transformation to the person who emerged and has remained ever since. Finding in that line not coincidence but causation, and not character traits that develop naturally over a long life, but psychological states that were sealed in place before the long life had any opportunity to work on them. The Cullens are not becoming. They are not evolving towards some better or more integrated version of themselves that the decades will eventually deliver. They are not healing, because healing requires a permeability they do not have, a capacity for the self to be reshaped by new experience that the transformation ended as permanently as it ended everything else. They are simply, and perhaps beautifully, and perhaps more tragically than any of them would choose to acknowledge, learning to live with who they were when everything ended. Finding ways to build something worth having inside the fixed dimensions of a wound that will never close. Choosing, day after day, in full knowledge of what they are and what they cannot change about it, to be present and connected and as whole as the circumstances of their existence allow. That choice is not nothing. In some lights, it is everything. But it is not the same as healing, and it never will be. There is a particular kind of horror that belongs only to people who have been raised to believe that certain things are impossible, and who then become one of those things. Carlisle Cullen was born in London in the 1640s, the son of an Anglican pastor at a time when the Church of England was not merely a religious institution, but a moral and civic authority, a framework through which the entire visible world was organized and understood and assigned its proper meaning. His father was not a gentleman of contemplative faith, and the kind of clergyman who found God in the particulars of ordinary human kindness and spent his Sundays offering comfort to the grieving and the poor. He was a hunter. He organized and led expeditions against what he called the servants of darkness, pressing parishioners and constables and anyone else he could recruit into service to pursue and destroy the creatures that his theology insisted were real and present and actively dangerous to the souls of ordinary people. Vampires, werewolves, witches. The full catalogue of supernatural threat that the 17th century took with complete seriousness, that educated and powerful men devoted genuine resources and genuine conviction to eliminating from a world they understood to be locked in a struggle between forces of light and forces of something irredeemably other. Senator Carlisle grew up inside this worldview entirely and without distance. It was not a perspective he encountered from the outside and evaluated and chose to adopt. It was the water he swam in from the first moment of his conscious life, the air he breathed, the organizing principle through which every piece of information about the world was filtered and assigned its meaning before it was allowed to reach him as knowledge. The supernatural was real. The supernatural was evil, and the duty of good people, people of genuine faith and serious moral commitment and sufficient courage, was to identify it and pursue it and destroy it wherever it appeared in the world, because allowing it to exist was itself a form of complicity in what it did. His father was not a cruel man precisely. He was a convinced one, which is sometimes more dangerous. Oh, he believed completely in what he was doing and communicated that belief to his son, not through explicit instruction alone, but through the entire texture of daily life, through the way he spoke about the world and the way he moved through it, and the way he treated the pursuit of supernatural evil as the most serious and most necessary work a person could dedicate themselves to. Carlisle absorbed all of it. He was, by his own later account, not a skeptical child. He did not question the framework he had been given, because the framework had been given to him before he had the tools to question anything. And by the time he had those tools, the framework was already the structure through which the tools themselves operated. He was intelligent, though, more thoughtful than his father, more genuinely interested in evidence, more troubled by the gap between the theological certainty that drove the hunts and the practical reality of what the hunts actually found and destroyed. He led the expeditions his father was too old to lead himself, and he did so with a growing private unease that he did not have adequate language to express. Most of what they pursued turned out to be nothing that deserved the name monster. elderly women whose isolation and eccentricity had made them objects of community suspicion, men whose illness produced behaviors that the 17th century had no diagnostic framework for and therefore assigned to supernatural causation. The hunts consumed them anyway, because the theology demanded monsters and the community demanded the performance of protection. And Carlisle was the instrument of both demands whether or not the evidence supported them. He continued because stopping was not a category of action available to him, not yet. The worldview he had inherited did not contain a mechanism for the kind of doubt that would have been required to stop, the kind of doubt that says not merely that this particular instance might be wrong, but that the entire framework generating the instances might require examination. That kind of doubt takes time to develop, and it takes exposure to experiences that the framework cannot absorb without cracking. And Carlisle had not yet had that experience. Then, in the sewers beneath London, he found something real. The vampire was old. Old in the way that things become when they have existed long enough to stop caring about the processes of the world above them, impatient and still and entirely indifferent to the group of frightened men with torches who had followed a young clergyman into the underground passages where it had been sheltering. The hunt that night was larger than most, assembled with unusual care because Carlisle had found what he believed was genuine evidence of a genuine vampire, not the ordinary human misfortune that the hunts usually encountered, but something that corresponded to the actual descriptions in his father's texts. He had gone into those passages with as much preparation as the 17th century allowed, and with the particular confidence of someone who had spent his entire life being told that faith and righteousness provided a form of protection against the things they were pursuing. The vampire moved through them with the efficiency of something operating on entirely different physical and tactical terms than the people it was dealing with. Several men died in the passages that night. The others fled toward the surface with the kind of speed that complete terror produces. Carlisle ran with them, or tried to. He did not make it to the street before the vampire found him, and the bite happened in the dark, in the narrow underground passage, before he had any capacity to prevent it or even fully to understand what was happening. He understood afterward. He had spent enough of his life studying what a vampire bite meant, what it initiated, what it inevitably produced, to recognize what was beginning in his own body as he dragged himself away from the passage and into the nearest available shelter. He was going to transform. The process was already underway, the venom already moving through his blood with the systematic purpose that he had read about in his father's texts without ever quite believing he would experience from the inside. He was going to become the thing his entire life had been organized around hunting and destroying. And the only decision remaining to him, the only agency he retained in a situation that had removed every other form of it, was whether anyone else would be present to witness what he was becoming. He chose to be alone. He found a storage space near the entrance to the underground passages, covered himself with whatever refuse was available, and endured the 3 days of transformation in complete isolation. No one came looking for him, or if they did not find him. He lay in the dark and burned, without anyone to explain what was happening or to offer any reassurance that survival was possible, or to provide the basic human comfort of witness suffering, of not being entirely alone with the worst thing that that had ever happened to you. Just the fire and the dark, and the absolute knowledge of what the fire meant, and the theological conviction of a young man raised in a tradition that had always been unambiguous about what vampires were and what their existence represented. He was damned. That was the conviction that accompanied him through every hour of those 3 days, not as a possibility or a fear, but as a settled certainty, rooted in the only framework for understanding the supernatural that he had ever been given. His father's God had clear positions on what vampires were, on what they represented in the cosmic order, on whether their existence was compatible with the kind of grace that his tradition promised to those who lived rightly and believed correctly. It was not compatible. Carlisle knew this the way he knew his own name. He'd been made into the enemy. He'd become, through no fault of his own, and by the most random and miserable of circumstances, the precise category of being that his entire life had been devoted to opposing. He emerged from the transformation, and the first thing he felt, before the thirst made its overwhelming demands known, before the assault of his new senses had been processed into anything approaching comprehensible experience, was shame. Not fear, though fear was present. Not wonder, and though the transformed world was extraordinary in ways that his human mind had had no capacity to anticipate. Not grief for what he had lost, though that grief would develop fully in the months and years that followed. Shame arrived first, and it arrived with the completeness and the weight of something that had been waiting for him. Something that fit perfectly into the framework his entire life had prepared him to inhabit. He was a vampire. He was what his father hunted. He was what his theology condemned without qualification or exception. And the shame of this, the deep structural shame of having become the enemy, without having made any choice that led to it, settled into him at that moment of emergence and became part of the permanent architecture of who he was. This is the frozen moment for Carlisle Cullen. Not the bite itself, not the 3 days of burning, not the loss of his human life or the disorientation of his new senses, or the first terrible awareness of the thirst. The frozen moment is the emergence, the instant when a young man of genuine faith and serious moral conviction opened his new eyes in a refuse heap beneath London, and understood with a certainty that felt as solid and as permanent as the flesh now containing him, what he had become, and what his tradition had always said that meant. That moment, with its specific theological horror and its particular flavor of shame directed entirely inward, at the self rather than at the circumstances that produced it, is the psychological state the transformation sealed in place. And everything that Carlisle Cullen has been across 3.5 centuries flows directly, traceably, with a consistency that becomes almost architectural when you look for it, from that original wound. The years immediately following the transformation reveal the frozen state with a particular clarity. Carlisle did not feed on humans. This sounds, stated plainly, like an ethical decision, and it was, but it was not primarily a rational ethical decision, not the product of philosophical reasoning about the relative moral weight of vampire need and human life. It was an instinctive refusal rooted directly in the shame of the frozen moment. He was already damned, already the thing his tradition condemned, already the enemy. Feeding on humans would be the confirmation of every conviction about vampires that he had inherited, the proof that the condemnation was accurate, the final capitulation to a nature he had decided and in that refuse heap in London that he would not simply accept without resistance. He starved himself. For extended periods, he simply refused the thirst, enduring the burning of an unsatisfied need that had no human analogue in its intensity or its persistence. He threw himself from great heights, looking for an exit from an existence he had not requested. He walked into the ocean and stayed there miles from shore, testing whether there was any depth at which the body would finally surrender. He exposed himself to fire in controlled ways, to the one form of destruction that his father's texts had always identified as definitive. The body survived everything. It was built to survive, and it survived with an impersonal thoroughness that was itself a form of horror, and the discovery that the one body he had ever inhabited was now beyond his ability to harm in any meaningful way, that even the option of ending the shame was not available to him. Eventually, by a combination of physical necessity and the stubbornness of a mind that had not stopped functioning simply because the body housing it had changed beyond recognition, he found a different path. The accident of encountering deer in a forest outside London and discovering that their blood, while nothing like what his instincts demanded, was sufficient to sustain him without requiring him to harm a human being, changed the entire trajectory of what his existence would become. It was not a solution. It did not resolve the shame or quiet the thirst in any complete or permanent way, but it was a direction, and the first one that had appeared in the months since his transformation, and he followed it with the desperation of someone who has been looking for a way forward in complete darkness and has finally seen something that might be light. He traveled to continental Europe, seeking knowledge with the same focused intensity that the shame drove everything else he undertook. The great medical universities of Leiden and Paris, and later others, received him across different decades. And Carlisle learned medicine with a thoroughness that only an immortal student could achieve, absorbing everything that successive centuries of human medical knowledge had to offer, and then continuing to absorb more as our knowledge advanced. He became, over time, one of the most skilled physicians in the world, and not because medicine was a passion in the way that music might be a passion or beauty might be a passion, but because medicine was a form of penance that never ran out of new requirements. Every human life he helped preserve was evidence against the conviction that his existence was net harm. Every patient who survived something they would not have survived without him was a small, renewable argument against the theology that had condemned him, before he had any opportunity to demonstrate what he might choose to do with what he had become. He spent nearly 2 decades with the Volturi and Volterra, in one of the most intellectually sophisticated vampire communities in the world, are surrounded by beings of extraordinary age and capability who had long since made their peace with what they were in ways that Carlisle could observe and partially understand, and ultimately could not replicate. Aro and his brothers were not evil exactly, not in the simple terms that Carlisle's father's theology would have used. They were ancient and powerful and entirely pragmatic about their nature, operating by a set of rules that served the preservation of vampire secrecy and their own authority, without particular reference to the moral weight of the human lives their feeding consumed. They were kind to Carlisle in the specific way that the very old and very powerful can afford to be kind to those they find genuinely interesting and entirely unthreatening. They gave him access to their libraries, their history, in their accumulated knowledge of what vampires were and where they had come from and what the range of possible vampire existences looked like across the centuries. He left them because staying required something he could not provide. Proximity to the Volturi's feeding meant proximity to human suffering on a scale, and with a regularity that activated everything in the frozen moment that had defined him since London. He did not judge them, or not only that, he left because remaining meant learning to tolerate something his shame would not permit him to tolerate, and the shame, unchanged across the decades he had spent in Italy, was still the loudest voice in the room when it chose to speak. He came to the Americas in the 1700s, built practices in various cities, moved when the lack of aging became too obvious to manage, and continued the continuous daily work of proving, through accumulated behavior, the argument against his own condemnation. And then the Spanish influenza came to Chicago in the autumn of 1918, and in the overwhelmed corridors of a hospital that had run out of beds and very nearly out of hope, Carlisle stood over a dying 17-year-old boy and heard that boy's mother speak words that changed the direction of everything he had built. Save him. She had looked at Carlisle with eyes that saw more than they should have been able to see in a woman consumed by fever and grief. And she had asked him to do whatever it took, understanding at some level that whatever it took was beyond the ordinary boundaries of medicine, beyond anything the hospital around her could offer, and trusting him anyway. And the faith in her voice was the specific faith of someone with nothing left to lose. And it reached something in Carlisle that 3 centuries of solitary ethical discipline had not diminished. He kept the promise. He took the boy from the hospital and he transformed him. And in doing so, he committed the act that the shame of his own transformation had always made most difficult to contemplate clearly. He created another vampire. He extended what his father would have called the curse, what his own early theology would have classified without hesitation as damnation transferred from one soul to another. He did it from compassion, from the genuine desire to preserve a life that was otherwise ending, from the belief that had grown slowly across 3 centuries of evidence into something sturdy enough to act from, that what a being chooses to do with its nature matters more than the nature itself. But the shame was present in the room with him as he made that choice, as it had been present in every room he had occupied since London. It simply no longer had the authority to be the deciding voice. Carlisle gathered others after Edward, Esme, whose grief he recognized because it carried the specific weight of someone who had decided the world was finished. A weight he understood from the inside. Rosalie, whose transformation he agreed to with more hope than wisdom, wanting to give Edward a companion and misreading badly what Rosalie needed and what Edward would feel about what was offered. Alice and Jasper, arriving together with a directness that communicated genuine and serious need. Emmett, and carried to him by Rosalie in a gesture of compassion so instinctive and so uncharacteristic of her general self-presentation that Carlisle recognized in it something she herself had not yet named. Each of them was, in the specific way the theory proposes, an expression of the frozen moment that had shaped Carlisle's response to them. He built a family around himself because a young man left alone in a cellar with his shame, with no community and no belonging, and no one who knew what he was and loved him anyway needed, at the most fundamental structural level, to create what had been absent. He established the vegetarian lifestyle as the family's non-negotiable foundation, because a man frozen in shame about his predatory nature needed, above everything else, an environment in which the predation was continuously and collectively refused, and where the daily choice to be different was shared rather than solitary. He practiced medicine across centuries because the person who had emerged from transformation, already convinced of their own evil, needed evidence, daily and renewable and concrete, of the capacity to do good. Carlisle's compassion is real. His love for his family is genuine and deep, and has been tested across decades of difficulty and has held. His ethical commitment is not performance and not compensation in any reductive sense. He is, in every meaningful way, the person these qualities describe. But he is also still, beneath all of it, the young man in the cellar beneath London, still carrying the shame that was sealed into him. At the moment the venom completed its work, and he understood what he had become, still organizing his entire existence, consciously and unconsciously, around the management of a conviction that was installed in him before he had the philosophical maturity to examine it critically, before he had lived enough of any kind of life to understand that the category you belong to is not the same as the choices you make within it, and that the choices accumulated across 3 centuries and a half of deliberate and costly and genuinely difficult living are the more honest measure of what you are. 350 years have not resolved the wound. They have given Carlisle more sophisticated and more beautiful and more genuinely loving ways to live around it. The shame is as structurally present as it has ever been. It simply no longer governs everything because Carlisle has spent 3.5 centuries building things that are more powerful than it. A family that loves him. A vocation that gives daily evidence of his capacity for good. A moral framework tested by centuries of genuine difficulty and refined by the specific challenges that only an immortal life can produce. That is not the same as healing. The wound is still there, exactly where it was, exactly as it was, preserved with the same fidelity that the venom preserved everything else about the person who was present in that London cellar in the 1640s. But it is something, and perhaps in a world where healing is genuinely not available, something is the most honest and the most worthy thing there is. Edward Cullen was 17 years old, and he was dying, and he knew it. This is the detail that matters most when trying to understand what the transformation preserved in him, and it is a detail that gets lost sometimes in the broader sweep of the Twilight story, in the romance and the danger and the century of accumulated vampire existence that followed it. Edward was not unconscious when Carlisle's venom entered his blood. He was not spared the knowledge of what was happening to him by the mercy of delirium or the blankness of a mind too far gone to register its own ending. He was aware, feverishly, terrifyingly, completely aware, in the specific way that the Spanish influenza sometimes allowed its victims to remain aware even as it destroyed them from the inside. The mind staying functional and present and capable of full comprehension, long after the body had lost any meaningful ability to respond to what the mind understood. He knew his father was dead, so he had been too ill to attend whatever funeral could be arranged in a city that had run out of coffins. too lost in the fever's shifting geography to fully process the information when it was first given to him. But he knew. The man who had taken him to baseball games at Cubs Park on summer afternoons, who had taught him to tie a proper knot in his tie with the patient awkwardness of a father who understood the importance of the lesson, but not quite the mechanics of transmitting it, who had once attempted to explain the facts of life with clinical detachment and obvious discomfort, was simply gone. The world had continued without him, indifferently and immediately, the way the world always continues without the people it loses, and Edward had been too sick to do anything with that knowledge except hold it, without the capacity to grieve it properly, as one more thing happening to him that he could not affect. He knew his mother was dying. Elizabeth Mason had sat beside his cot in the overcrowded hospital corridor for days, holding his burning hand in her feverish one, present with a determination that disease consuming her lungs could not override because she had decided her son needed her to be present, and she was not a woman who failed to honor her own decisions when the decisions mattered. Edward could feel, even through the fever's distortion of everything, that she was failing. The quality of her grip, the particular labor of her breathing, the specific texture of the attention she was paying him, which had taken on the quality of attention that people give things they are preparing to leave, it deliberate and complete and unbearably gentle. She was saying goodbye across an extended period of time because she understood, as Edward understood, that there would not be a single discrete moment adequate to contain what needed to be said. When the nurses moved her to the women's ward, when her hand left his, and the space where she had been became simply empty air and the distant sound of a hospital operating beyond its capacity, Edward tried to call out to her. His body refused entirely. The fever had claimed his voice, his capacity for movement, his ability to do anything at all in response to what his mind was registering with complete and merciless clarity. He lay still, and he knew she was leaving. And the knowing was perfect and detailed and absolutely useless, because between the knowing and any action that might have given it meaning stood a body that had simply stopped obeying him, that was conducting its own catastrophic processes without reference to what its occupant needed from it. This combination, full awareness of something unbearable paired with the complete inability to respond to it, is the specific psychological signature of the experience that the transformation would preserve in Edward forever. It is what the venom found when it arrived, and what it sealed in place when his work was finished. Not simply grief, not simply fear, not simply the ordinary human devastation of losing one's parents in rapid succession, while also dying oneself. The specific texture of the wound is more precise than any of those things. It is the experience of a mind that is working perfectly, registering everything, understanding everything, and finding that its perfect working registers and understands and produces nothing that can change a single fact of the situation it is trapped inside. This is what the frozen moment is for Edward Cullen. Not the bite itself, not the burning, not even the loss of his parents, as permanent and as devastating as that loss was, and as deeply as it marked every subsequent year of his existence. The frozen moment is the particular quality of helplessness he inhabited in those final hours of his human life. Intelligent, perceptive, emotionally present to a degree that made the helplessness more rather than less excruciating, because he could not protect himself from comprehension could not retreat into confusion or denial or any of the ordinary psychological defenses that less aware people might have found some shelter in. The world was happening to him with absolute indifference to his comprehension of it. And his comprehension, which was acute and detailed and completely unsparing, could not generate any action that would alter a single thing about what the world was doing. Carlisle's transformation did not arrive as a rescue, not in any psychological sense that the frozen moment would have recognized as rescue. It arrived as another thing happening to Edward's body, without his knowledge or agreement. He was not conscious in any functional way when Carlisle carried him from the hospital. He did not choose the venom, did not understand what was being offered before it was given, and did not have the opportunity to weigh what he might be gaining against what he was certainly losing, and make any kind of decision about whether the exchange was one he would have wanted to make if he had been capable of making it. His mother asked Carlisle to save him. Carlisle honored that request with the full weight of a promise made to a dying woman. And Edward was transformed not by his own will or his own choice, but by his mother's love and a compassionate doctor's decision, both of which were genuine and both of which were applied to his body in the complete absence of his informed consent. He woke from the transformation into a world of sensory intensity, so far beyond anything his human experience had prepared him for, that the initial moments were almost beyond the capacity of coherent thought to process. A light that should have been dim blazed with a clarity that had no human analogue. Sound arrived in layers of previously inaccessible detail. Smell became a map of the room so specific and so rich that it almost constituted a separate visual field. And beneath all of it, immediate and demanding and entirely new, the thirst made itself known as a burning in his throat that had no precedent in anything he had previously experienced as discomfort or desire or need. The first fully coherent question his new mind formed was whether he was dead. Carlisle's answer, careful and gentle and weighted with the particular sorrow of someone who had thought deeply about what they had done and why, and remained genuinely uncertain that the why was entirely sufficient, was that Edward's human life was over and something else had begun, something permanent, and something that would not age or sicken or end, except through very specific means, something that would carry him forward through time indefinitely, while everyone he had ever known as a human continued aging and dying around him. The world he had belonged to receding decade by decade until no one alive had any memory of Edward Anthony Mason as a person, rather than a name on a gravestone. Edward's immediate response to this information, his raw and unconcealed rejection of what he had been given, his insistence that he had not wanted eternity but simply his own life, his devastated silence when Carlisle confirmed that his mother had died in the hours after the transformation began, is one of the most psychologically honest moments in the entire Twilight canon. He was not grateful. He was not relieved to have survived in any form. He was a boy who just lost every person and everything that had constituted his world, being given something enormous and permanent that he had not requested, and told that this unrequested gift was irreversible and would last as long as time itself. The helplessness of his dying hours had not concluded with the dying. It had simply changed its terms, trading the specific helplessness of a body that could not be controlled for the broader helplessness of an existence that could not be ended. And then his gift appeared, and the helplessness acquired a dimension that nothing in his human life or his new vampire understanding could have prepared him for, and the ability to hear the thoughts of every mind within a significant radius arrived not as a compensation for what had been lost, but as a precise and almost cruel amplification of the specific wound the transformation had just finished preserving. Consider the particular quality of this amplification. A person whose deepest trauma is rooted in the inability to access information, in being aware and comprehending and completely unable to prepare for or protect against what the world was doing to them, suddenly finds themselves not merely able to access information about the minds around them, but unable to stop accessing it. Every mind broadcasting its contents into his consciousness without pause, without filter, and without any mechanism by which he could reduce the volume or direct the reception, or choose what he was willing to hear and what he would prefer not to know. The gift that Carlisle identified as remarkable, as evidence of something significant in Edward's particular nature, was experienced from the inside as the original wound returning in an amplified and permanent form. He'd been helpless against the world's indifference to his comprehension. Now he was helpless against the world's involuntary revelation of itself, submerged in an endless flood of information he had not sought and could not refuse. He heard the woman 3 floors below worrying about her sick child with a specificity that made the worry feel like his own. He heard the man on the street calculating the profits from his shop with a mundane clarity that contrasted almost unbearably with the magnitude of what Edward himself was experiencing. He heard the nurses in the hospital corridors, exhausted and frightened, wondering which of them would be the epidemic's next victim. He heard dozens of minds simultaneously, each one broadcasting with complete disregard for his presence or his capacity to absorb what was being broadcast, each one adding its particular frequency to a noise that had no off switch and no quiet hours and no mercy for someone still learning what his own existence consisted of. He spent his early decades learning to manage what could not be fully or finally managed. Carlisle taught him to hunt, to control the thirst through the discipline of consistent feeding on animal blood, even to move among humans without revealing through speed or strength or stillness what he actually was. Edward learned all of it with the focused intensity of someone who understood that the alternative to learning was an existence more chaotic than the one he was already navigating. And chaos was the thing the frozen moment feared most, because chaos was what had destroyed his human life without warning or recourse. He applied himself to the project of control with a thoroughness that went beyond what the practical requirements of the situation demanded, because control was not merely a practical necessity for Edward. It was a psychological imperative rooted in the specific texture of the wound he carried. The obsessive self-discipline that defines Edward throughout Midnight Sun, the rigid management of the thirst, the constant internal monitoring of his own responses and impulses and instincts, the exhausting and unceasing performance of humanity that he maintains in every moment he spends among people, the way he tracks multiple minds simultaneously while appearing to be doing nothing more demanding than sitting still, is not a personality trait that developed organically over time through the accumulation of experience and wisdom. It is the direct and traceable expression of a mind frozen in helplessness, now doing everything within the expanded capabilities of its vampire existence to ensure that helplessness never recurs in the form it originally took. He cannot control the thirst completely. He cannot silence the voices. He cannot make himself genuinely safe for the humans he lives among, and cannot offer an absolute guarantee that the monster will not surface through the discipline on a day when the discipline is tested beyond its limits. But he can pursue maximum control with an intensity that never relaxes and never declares itself satisfied, because the frozen moment that drives the pursuit will not accept satisfaction as a terminal state. Satisfaction would mean stopping, and stopping, for someone whose trauma is rooted in being unable to prevent catastrophe through attention and preparation, is not a condition the psyche will permit. The years away from Carlisle, the period Edward later confesses with such unguarded shame in Midnight Sun, when he hunted human predators and told himself it was justice, and believed this enough to continue for 5 years, are most often understood as moral failure, a period when he surrendered to a worse version of himself, when the monster he feared won enough ground to do real and permanent damage. And they were that. The moral failure was genuine, and Edward's understanding of it, when he returned to Carlisle and confessed everything without mitigation or self-protective omission, was clear and honest, and cost him something real to articulate. But through the lens of the frozen moment, the vigilante years are also something more psychologically specific than simple moral failure. They are the wound's most direct and most destructive attempt to solve itself. Edward left Carlisle's lifestyle not because Carlisle's philosophy had failed as a philosophy, but because it was not addressing what the frozen moment actually needed. He was still helpless under Carlisle's approach, still unable to control the voices, still at the mercy of a thirst that demanded management rather than resolution, still subject to the continuous and involuntary revelation of every mind around him, still fundamentally in the position of someone to whom things happened rather than someone who determined what happened. The animal blood and the careful performances and the decades of high school repetition were management, and management was not what the frozen moment was looking for. It was looking for the experience it had never had: agency, the ability to act in the world and change outcomes, to impose will on situations that would otherwise proceed without reference to what Edward wanted or needed. Hunting human predators gave him this experience in its most immediate and most intoxicating form. He was no longer the recipient of catastrophe. He was the one who decided when catastrophe arrived and for whom. He was the one with information, with capability, with the ability to act on what he heard in the minds around him, rather than simply enduring the hearing. The justice was real, and the relief of the agency was real, and both of these realities coexisted in him with the knowledge, developing slowly across 5 years of human blood and human death, that what he was doing was not actually solving anything. The voices were still there. The thirst was more rather than less demanding in its satisfied form. And the fundamental experience of being Edward Cullen, the relentless self-awareness, the constant monitoring, the underlying terror of the monster he feared he truly was, had not been diminished by 5 years of feeding that monster exactly what it wanted. He returned to Carlisle in 1932, and the confession he made was complete and unsparing, and the forgiveness Carlisle offered was immediate and genuine and characteristic of a man who had spent 3 centuries learning that condemnation was rarely the most useful response to suffering. Edward wept. It was among the very few times his vampire existence had offered him access to that particular relief, and it did not resolve what the vigilante years had added to the existing wound. It simply acknowledged it. Sometimes acknowledgement is the closest available approximation of resolution, and sometimes it has to be enough. How the decades between his return to Carlisle and the autumn of 2004 in Forks accumulated with a particular quality that Edward himself describes in Midnight Sun as sameness. The family gathered itself. They moved between towns and states and identities with the practiced efficiency of people who had been doing it long enough that the routine no longer required conscious attention. They attended school after school, repeated the curriculum of human adolescence with the patience of those who have understood that patience is not a virtue in their situation, so much as a structural requirement of it. Edward performed his part in all of this with a thoroughness that could have been mistaken for contentment from the outside, and was experienced from the inside as a particularly refined form of endurance. He was not unhappy in any dramatic or active sense. He was hollow, going through the motions of an existence that hadn't surprised him in decades, listening to the thoughts of people around him with the weary familiarity of someone who has heard every possible variation of human interior monologue and has long since stopped expecting to encounter one that contains anything genuinely new. The thirst was managed, the voices were managed, the performance was maintained, and none of it touched the frozen moment, which continued to do its quiet and permanent work at the structural level of who he was, shaping every response and every relationship and every moment of the existence it had defined since Chicago in 1918. And then came Forks, a small town in Washington state, perpetually overcast, and perfectly suited to a family whose most significant practical limitation was sensitivity to direct sunlight. A high school with fewer than 300 students, social dynamics simple enough to navigate with minimal effort, a community small enough that the Cullen family's carefully constructed story had already been absorbed and largely accepted before Edward's latest iteration of his junior year had properly begun. He had been here before, in every meaningful sense. Different towns, same performance, same hollow repetition of an existence that continued because continuity was not something he had been given a choice about. Then a Monday in January of 2005, a biology class he had taken the equivalent of dozens of times in dozens of schools. A seat beside him that had been empty for weeks, which he had appreciated as a small buffer of space in a room otherwise crowded with minds whose thoughts pressed in from all directions without mercy or pause. The door opened and the air changed, and Bella Swan walked into his life and reduced him in a single moment to exactly what the frozen moment had always told him he truly was beneath every layer of discipline and self-construction he had spent 87 years assembling. Helpless, overwhelmed by something happening in his own body with complete indifference to his preferences or his history, or the considerable effort he had invested in ensuring that exactly this kind of loss of control never happened. The thirst for her blood was not like the thirst he managed daily. It was the original wound made physical, the specific quality of the Chicago hospital returning in its most intense possible form. Something catastrophic arriving without warning, bypassing every preparation, finding the gap between what his discipline could handle and what his nature actually was, and pouring through it with a force that left him sitting rigid at a lab table, not breathing, counting seconds, holding himself in place through sheer concentrated will, while every instinct demanded that he simply stop trying. He wanted to kill her. This is the fact the midnight sun does not soften or redirect. The fact that Edward himself states with the unflinching honesty of someone who has spent a century refusing to grant himself comfortable fictions about his own nature. He sat beside her and wanted to kill her. And the wanting was not metaphorical or abstract, but immediate and physical and rooted in the thirst so specifically calibrated to her particular blood that it constituted its own category of experience, distinct from anything he had navigated before. But then he tried to hear her mind, reaching out with the gift that had never once failed him in 87 years of vampire existence, the gift that had been his constant companion and his constant burden, and the single most defining feature of what his transformation had made him. And there was nothing. Not the muffled or partial signal he sometimes encountered with humans whose emotional states created interference. Not the distant or indistinct transmission of someone whose thoughts were genuinely quiet or unfocused. Nothing. Complete, perfect, absolute silence, in the precise place where her thoughts should have been broadcasting with the same involuntary clarity as every other mind he had ever encountered. The shock of it cut through the bloodlust with a force that nothing else in that room could have managed. He had heard every mind in his vicinity without exception for 87 years. He had never chosen to hear them, never developed the ability through practice or cultivation, never had a moment of his vampire existence in which the gift had simply failed to operate. And now, in the single worst moment for his self-control that he had experienced since his transformation, the gift had found the one person it could not reach, the one mind that would not open to him regardless of proximity or focus, or the full weight of a century of involuntary practice. She was silent. She remained silent. Every day he sat beside her in that biology class and tried again, with the specific focus of someone who cannot accept that the answer is simply no. And every day the silence held. Her mind gave him nothing. No access, no information, no involuntary revelation of the thoughts beneath the expression she wore in the world. She remained against every precedent of his existence, genuinely and completely unknown, for a person frozen in the experience of a mind that could never protect itself from knowing, that received the contents of every consciousness around it without filter or consent or any mechanism of defense. This silence was something the frozen moment did not have adequate language for. It was not merely a curiosity, not merely an intellectual puzzle interesting enough to override the instinct for flight. It was the first experience in 87 years that corresponded to something the frozen moment had been looking for without knowing it was looking, without having any framework for recognizing it if it appeared. The experience of another person who remained unreachable, who could not be reduced by his gift to the sum of their least examined thoughts, who existed in the most immediate and most personal sense available to him as genuinely other, as someone he would have to actually know rather than simply hear, would have to learn through the ordinary and patient and uncertain processes of attention and conversation and time, and the same processes that were available to every human being in the world, but that had been made essentially redundant for Edward by the gift that took the mystery out of everyone before the knowing could properly begin. Bella Swan gave him back mystery, at devastating cost, in the most dangerous possible circumstances, with consequences that neither of them could have anticipated. But she gave it back. And Edward, who had spent 87 years building elaborate structures of control around a frozen moment that control could never actually reach, found in her silence the first thing that felt less like management and more like rest. The boy who died helpless in a Chicago hospital had spent nearly a century trying to compensate for the helplessness through the relentless exercise of every capability available to him. And a girl sat down beside him and was simply, completely, unreachably herself. And something in him, ancient and exhausted and not fully aware of how tired it had become, went quiet for the first time since the burning stopped. There is a particular kind of loss that does not announce itself as the worst thing. It arrives dressed in the ordinary language of misfortune, in the clinical vocabulary of infant mortality rates and the statistical normality of grief in an era when children died with a frequency that the modern world has largely forgotten and perhaps cannot fully imagine. It presents itself as something that happens, that has always happened, and that will continue to happen to people who are not uniquely cursed, but simply unlucky in the specific and terrible way that life occasionally distributes its worst possibilities without regard for who deserves them or what they have already endured, or how much more the particular architecture of their emotional life can bear before it stops being architecture and becomes simply rubble. And then it hollows you out so completely that the person who existed before it can no longer find sufficient reason to continue existing after it. And you understand, in the specific and devastating clarity of that recognition, that what happened to you was not ordinary misfortune dressed in ordinary language. It was the thing that ended you. It simply took a little time to finish the job. Esme Cullen was born Esme Ann Platt in 1895 in Columbus, Ohio, and her human life moved through its early decades with a particular texture of a woman whose inner world was considerably richer and more complex than the external circumstances available to her allowed her to express or even fully to understand. She was sensitive in the way that the late 19th and early 20th centuries had no particularly useful framework for accommodating, emotionally perceptive and deeply feeling in a manner that exceeded what the social structures around her had been designed to manage. She possessed a capacity for attachment that was total rather than measured, and that gave itself completely to whatever it fixed upon, without maintaining the protective reservation that more self-preserving natures instinctively keep in reserve against the possibility of loss. She loved things the way some people can only love, when they have not yet been taught by experience that loving completely is also a form of extraordinary vulnerability, with the full weight of herself behind every attachment, holding nothing back, investing entirely, leaving herself no distance from which to absorb the impact if what she loved was taken away. She was 16 years old when she broke her leg climbing a tree and was brought to the local hospital, and the young doctor who treated her was not what she had expected a doctor to be. Carlisle Cullen was already decades into his American existence by the time Esme Platt was placed in his care, already thoroughly practiced in the performance of ordinary humanity, already possessed of the particular manner that 3 centuries of choosing compassion over convenience had produced in him. He treated her leg with careful and competent hands, but more than the competence, which she registered without having the medical knowledge to fully evaluate it. She noticed the attention, the quality of his presence with her, the way he spoke to her as though her experience of her own injury was information worth having and a perspective worth considering, as though she was a person whose inner life had relevance to what was happening to her body rather than simply a body requiring a technical intervention, and she was 16 and in pain and had not, in a relatively brief experience of the world, encountered this quality of attention very often. It left an impression that the subsequent years did not erase. She did not see him again for years after that. Life moved forward in the way it does when there is no particular reason for it to stop, carrying her through the ordinary progressions available to a young woman of her time and place and social position. She completed what education was considered appropriate. She was present in the social world her family inhabited, performing the expected functions of a young woman of modest but respectable standing. And then she married Charles Evenson, and the marriage was a catastrophe that began revealing its true character shortly after it began, how in the specific and sustained way that certain catastrophes do, not with a single dramatic event that would have provided clear evidence and clear cause for action, but gradually, incrementally, through the accumulation of smaller events that each individually might have been explained away, but collectively constituted a pattern that could not be explained away if looked at honestly. Charles was violent. The word sits plainly in the middle of the sentence and deserves to sit there plainly, without the softening language that the era used, and that the community around Esme would have preferred, and that Esme herself may have used internally as a way of managing something she had no adequate framework for addressing directly. He was violent in the specific and sustained way that the early 20th century classified as a private matter, at a domestic arrangement that the law regarded as largely outside its jurisdiction, and that the community regarded as something that happened behind closed doors and should remain there. The shame of it distributed entirely to the woman it was happening to, rather than to the man making it happen. The structures that might have helped her were not built yet. The language that might have named what she was experiencing with sufficient clarity to make action feel possible and justified was not yet widely available. She was inside a situation that her world had decided was hers to manage, and the managing of it cost her something that did not replenish, that depleted steadily with each passing month, and wearing away the particular brightness that had characterized her before the marriage, without any single moment that could be identified as the specific one that took it. She endured because endurance was what was available to her. She developed the specific capabilities that sustained endurance produces in people, the ability to maintain a functional exterior over an interior that has begun to separate from it, the talent for making ordinary life continue to look like ordinary life from the outside, while the inside of that life becomes something she inhabits with diminishing investment and diminishing hope that the investment will eventually be rewarded with anything worth having. She was not broken by Charles, not in the complete and final sense. She was worn, ground down in the particular way of something subjected to sustained pressure over an extended period, losing resilience incrementally, losing the capacity to spring back after each compression, moving toward a state of permanent deformation from which return to the original shape was increasingly unlikely. She reached her parents' home eventually, escaping the marriage with the kind of decision that required more courage than it appeared to require from the outside, because the courage had to operate against everything her world told her about what leaving meant and what it said about the woman who left. She was pregnant when she arrived at her parents' door, carrying the evidence of the marriage inside her body. And the pregnancy was the thing that made the leaving feel survivable in the specific sense that it gave her a reason to continue that existed independently of any reason she could generate for her own sake. She could not, at that point, find sufficient motivation to continue for herself. But she was going to have a child. She was going to be someone's mother. And the love she was already directing toward this person she had not yet met was immediate and total and characteristic of everything Esme felt. The complete investment, the holding nothing back, the love that gives itself entirely before it has any evidence that the gift will be received safely or returned or permitted to last. She prepared for the baby with the focused care of someone who had found the only remaining thing worth focusing on. She thought about him, imagined him, and directed toward his not yet arrived presence, the full force of an emotional life that had been starved of adequate objects for years. She was going to be a mother. Whatever else had been taken from her, whatever damage Charles had done, and whatever the social cost of leaving had extracted, she was going to have this. The certainty of it was the organizing principle of the months between leaving and the birth, the thing that made the days navigable, and the future something she was willing to move toward. The baby was born in 1921. He lived for 3 days. 3 days is enough time to know someone in the specific and irreversible way that the body knows things rather than the mind. It is enough time to memorize the particular quality of a weight in your arms, at the precise distribution of warmth and heaviness that belongs to one specific person and to no other person in the world, the sound of a breathing pattern that is already individual, already recognizably itself, already different from every other breathing pattern you have ever heard. It is enough time to understand, with a completeness that bypasses the mind's capacity for qualification or distance and installs itself directly in the body's knowledge, that this person is the center around which everything else in your world has reorganized itself permanently in ways that do not have an undo, that the reorganization is not something you chose or could have prevented or would have wanted to prevent, that the world simply is different now, structured differently at its most fundamental level, with this person at the center of it. 3 days is also enough time to lose someone so entirely that the person doing the losing cannot identify, in the immediate aftermath of the loss, a single remaining reason why anything should continue, why the mourning should be met, why food should be eaten or words should be spoken, or the body should be moved from one location to another, as though it still had somewhere to be and something to be there for. The baby was gone, and the reorganization of the world that his 3 days had accomplished did not reverse itself when he left. The center was still there, structurally, the way the impression of a weight remains in the surface after the weight has been removed. The center was there, and it was empty, and the emptiness was not a temporary state awaiting gradual filling. It was an absence with the specific texture of something permanent, something that had the same quality as the presence it replaced, except that the presence had been warm and the absence was not. Esme looked at the world that remained after his dying and found it insufficient. This is the word that comes closest to describing the specific quality of the decision she made, though insufficient is a word that belongs to the vocabulary of reasonable assessment, and what she was experiencing was beyond the reach of reasonable assessment, not painfully insufficient, not something that might be rebuilt into adequacy with time and help, and the gradual accumulation of new reasons to continue, not something she was refusing to address through the ordinary mechanisms of grief and support, and the slow, difficult work of learning to carry loss without being flattened by it. Simply and finally and completely insufficient, in the flat and irreversible way of a conclusion that has been reached through the full and honest evaluation of all available evidence and found to be the only conclusion the evidence supports. She went to a cliff. The location was deliberate, which matters. This was not an impulsive response to an acute moment of unbearable feeling. It was the considered decision of someone who had arrived through a process that had its own internal logic and its own terrible coherence, at the conclusion that the world without her son in it was not a world she was willing to continue inhabiting. She jumped, and she was found, and her body was taken to a hospital where her death certificate was very nearly complete before Carlisle Cullen, working the night shift at that same hospital in that same year, encountered her through the specific chance that the Twilight canon does not fully explain and does not need to fully explain, because some things are more interesting as convergences than as causes. He recognized her. He had carried her face across the years between Columbus and this hospital corridor, specific enough in his memory to survive the passage of time, vivid enough to surface immediately when the face in front of him corresponded to it. The girl with the broken leg, who had been so different from his ordinary patients in some quality he had noted and not been entirely able to name. She was here, and she was dying by her own choice, and the vital force that had distinguished her from everyone else in that long ago hospital room was almost entirely extinguished, present only as the faintest trace of something that had once been extraordinary. He made a decision. The decision was not simple and not without its complications, and Carlisle, being Carlisle, had surely examined it across multiple dimensions of ethical consideration in whatever time was available to him. He was going to transform her without her consent, the same fundamental situation that had characterized his transformation of Edward, the same irreversibility applied to a person who could not meaningfully agree or refuse. But Esme had already chosen to leave the world, which meant the ordinary framework of consent and autonomy was operating under conditions it had not been designed for, and Carlisle made the choice that the frozen moment of his own transformation had always prepared him to make when faced with a life he had the power to preserve. He saved her. He brought her back into an existence she had not asked for, from a death she had deliberately sought. And he was there when she woke from the transformation, the one familiar thing in a world that the venom had made entirely unfamiliar, the face she had carried without fully knowing she was carrying it across all the years between hospital room in Columbus and the cliff in 1921. Esme woke from her transformation, and the grief was still there. This is the fact that the theory requires us to understand clearly, because it is the fact that everything else follows from. the venom had done its complete and thorough work on her body and had replaced every mortal cell with something permanent and strong, and entirely beyond the reach of the ordinary processes of deterioration and loss. But the grief was not biological. It did not live in the cells. It lived in the psychological structure of who she was, in the particular architecture of herself that organized itself entirely around a center that was no longer present, and the venom had no process for reaching that structure, no mechanism for identifying it as something that required rewriting rather than preservation. The transformation preserved everything, including the grief, including the specific quality of the emptiness at the center of a self that had reorganized around someone and then lost them before the reorganization could be undone. The baby was still gone. The 3 days were still over. The arms that were now marble and strong and capable of things that no human arms could accomplish were still the arms that had held him, and the body's knowledge of what they had held was as vivid and as permanent and as entirely undiminished by the transformation as everything else that venom had chosen to keep. This is the frozen moment for Esme Cullen. Not the cliff itself, not the impact, not the biological death that Carlisle's intervention interrupted. The frozen moment is the state she was in when she went over the edge. The grief that had concluded the world was finished. The love that had been total and had lost its object and had no remaining direction for all the force of itself. The specific quality of a bottomless emptiness that the transformation sealed in place with the same permanence it sealed everything else. That state, with its combination of immensity and vacancy, of love that had nowhere left to go, and a self that had been organized around a center that no longer existed, is the psychological condition that defines Esme Cullen across every decade of her vampire existence. And everything she is, every way she moves through the world, every quality that the people around her experience as warmth and safety and genuine devoted care, flows from it with the directness and the consistency that the theory finds in every frozen moment it examines. Her nurturing is the most immediately visible expression of the frozen state and the most consistently misread. It is understood by the people around her, and sometimes by readers encountering her character for the first time, as a personality trait, whetty a way of being that Esme developed over time through the accumulation of relationships and the refinement of a natural disposition toward care. But personality traits have limits and contours, and the natural variation that comes from characteristics that developed organically, rather than from a specific and permanent wound. Esme's nurturing does not have those limits. It does not vary with her mood, or her circumstances, or her energy level, or the relative ease of the particular person she is directing it toward. It is not a way she tends to be. It is what she does with a grief that will not resolve and a love that will not stop needing somewhere to go. Every person she has gathered into the family she built alongside Carlisle is a recipient of love that has no ceiling and maintains no protective distance between itself and the person it is directed toward. Edward, received as a furious and grief-struck 17-year-old who wanted his human life back and found the alternative insulting. Rosalie, whose cold beauty and colder anger and walls of deliberate inaccessibility were no barrier to the specific quality of Esme's attention, which did not require permission and did not negotiate with defenses. Emmett, whose easy happiness she loved with the uncomplicated joy of someone for whom uncomplicated happiness is a gift rather than a given. Alice, whose cheerful certainty she matched with a present tense devotion that asked nothing except to be received. Jasper, whose visible difficulty and visible suffering called out something in Esme that was different from what she gave the others. More specifically, attentive, more directly oriented toward the evidence of pain, because she recognized the specific quality of someone managing something that management alone could not resolve. She loves all of them the way she loved her son, completely, without reservation, without the self-protective distance that would make the love more manageable and the potential loss more survivable. She did not learn from her son's death to love more carefully. The frozen moment does not permit that particular evolution. The capacity for careful love, love that holds something in reserve as protection against the cost of losing, requires a psychological architecture that was not present in the state the transformation preserved. She loves the way someone loves when they have already paid the full cost of loving completely and have decided, having paid it, that the alternative is not safety, but simply a different and emptier kind of devastation. Carlisle is a center around which everything else organizes itself, and this has been true from the first moment of her vampire existence. He's the good memory she was carrying without knowing she was carrying it when she went to the cliff. He is the one familiar thing in the room where she woke to find everything unfamiliar. His face was the first thing her new eyes found, and the specific quality of recognition that moved through her in that moment, on the particular relief of encountering something known in the middle of something completely and overwhelmingly unknown, became the foundation of an attachment that 3 centuries of subsequent experience has not diminished by any measurable degree. Her love for Carlisle carries the specific intensity of someone who has been to the edge of complete extinction and has found, on the side of continuation, one thing worth continuing for. It is not uncomplicated or idealized. It is the love of someone who knows from direct and devastating experience what it means to have nothing, and who has therefore never, for a single moment, taken the presence of something for granted. Her devotion to the domestic life they have built together, the home she makes beautiful in each new location, and the architecture she has studied and practiced and refined across decades of creating spaces that feel immediately like somewhere worth being. The meals she prepares for Bella with careful attention despite having no personal need for food. The way she maintains the house on the edge of the Forks forest as a place of genuine warmth, despite being inhabited by creatures that the human world would classify as predators. All of it flows from the same frozen source. She is building and rebuilding the home that grief destroyed, asserting, through each new house made beautiful, that a self which has lost everything is still capable of creating things worth having. Answering, through the continuous domestic act of making a place feel like home, a loss that has no other adequate answer. The grief is still there, and it is as structurally present as it was in 1921, as immediate and as permanent as the marble flesh that contains it. The 3 days are still the most important 3 days that ever happened to her, and the arms still carry their knowledge, and the center of a self that reorganized around someone and never reorganized back is still empty in the specific way that it has always been empty, with the particular quality of an absence that was once a presence, and that no subsequent presence has fully replaced. But around that emptiness, built with the same totality of investment that characterized everything Esme felt before the transformation, and everything she has felt since, is a life of such genuine warmth and such real love and such evident and hard-won meaning that the grief, unless you know precisely where to look, is not the first thing you see. It is always there when you know where to look. The frozen moment always is. There are wounds that produce grief, and there are wounds that produce rage. And the difference between them is not a matter of severity, but of the specific relationship the person had with their own power at the moment the wound was inflicted. Grief tends to arrive when loss comes from forces too large and too indifferent to be held accountable. From disease or accident or the ordinary catastrophic randomness of a world that does not organize itself around human deserving. Rage arrives when the loss was caused by a specific and conscious choice made by a specific person who knew what they were doing and chose to do it anyway, when the violation was not the result of indifference but of intention. And when someone decided that their desire or their pleasure or their momentary gratification was worth more than everything it cost the person they took it from. Rosalie Hale was not grieving when Carlisle found her. She was burning with something that had no adequate name in the clinical language of trauma or the softer vocabulary of loss. She was in the specific and total state of a person to whom an intentional wrong had been done at the most intimate possible level by people who had calculated that they could do it without consequence and who had nearly been right. The rage was the last thing functioning in her when everything else had been taken. It was the most fundamental and the most personal thing she possessed at the moment she stopped being human. And the transformation sealed it in place with the same permanence it sealed everything else. To understand the frozen moment, it is necessary to understand the person who inhabited it, and to understand that person, it is necessary to understand the world that produced her. Because Rosalie Hale did not arrive at the night of her transformation as a blank slate upon which violence was written without context. She arrived as someone whose entire life had been organized around a set of expectations and a set of values and a set of understood transactions between beauty and the world. And the violence was not merely an act committed against her body. It was the deliberate and contemptuous destruction of everything those transactions had promised her. She was born in Rochester, New York in 1915, the daughter of a banker, or which in 1915 meant something specific about the texture of daily life and the horizon of reasonable expectation. The Hale family was comfortable in the particular way of families whose comfort is recent enough to still feel earned rather than simply assumed, whose prosperity carries with it a certain investment in the visible markers of prosperity, because the visibility is part of what the prosperity means. They were not the old wealthy, not the kind of family whose money was so established that it could afford to be understated. They were the kind of family whose money was present and real, and expressed in the quality of their address, and the quality of their clothing, and the quality of the marriages their children would eventually make. Rosalie was beautiful. This is not a peripheral detail or a vanity. Her beauty was the central fact of her social existence, the primary currency through which she moved through the world her family inhabited, the thing that organized other people's responses to her before she had said a word or done a single thing. that might provide an alternative basis for assessment. She was aware of it, which is sometimes held against her in readings of her character that prefer their female characters less conscious of their own value. But awareness of one's beauty in a world that has decided beauty is the most important thing a woman can possess is not vanity in any simple sense. It is the accurate perception of what the world has made the primary determinant of one's prospects, and responding to that perception with investment rather than performed indifference is not a moral failure, but a reasonable adaptation to the actual conditions of the environment. She wanted specific things: a house of her own, large and well appointed, in the kind of neighborhood that communicated arrival. Children, multiple, the domestic fullness of a life organized around people who needed her and whom she could provision with the kind of material security her own childhood had provided. A husband who was successful and admired, and who reflected well on her in the specific way that the 1930s understood a husband's primary social function. These desires are sometimes described as shallow, as evidence of a character insufficiently concerned with depth and meaning, but they were the desires of a woman who had correctly understood what her world offered to women of her particular position, and who was attempting to acquire the best available version of what was on offer. Rosalie Hale wanted the life that her world had told her beauty had earned, and she was not wrong that it had earned it. Royce King II was the son of the most prominent banker in Rochester, which made him the most eligible man in the world Rosalie inhabited, and the engagement between them was the fulfillment of a social logic so coherent that it barely required individual choice to produce it. He was handsome and wealthy and attentive in the early stages of their courtship, with the focused attentiveness of a man who had decided he wanted something and was deploying his resources toward acquiring it. Rosalie was aware that she was being acquired as well as courted, aware that the transaction moved in both directions, that her beauty and her family's respectability were what Royce was exchanging his name and his money for. She was not naive about this. She was participating in the transaction with full knowledge of its terms, which she considered reasonable, which they were by the standards of the world she actually inhabited, rather than the standards of a world that did not yet exist. The night of her death began ordinarily. She had been visiting a friend, and the evening had gone later than intended, and she was walking home through streets she had walked many times without any reason to consider them dangerous. She encountered Royce and his companions, a group of men whose evening had involved alcohol in quantities that had moved them past the ordinary social constraints that kept the calculations of power between men and women from becoming fully explicit in public space. Royce wanted to show her off. This is how it began. As a performance of possession, the fiancé displayed to his companions as evidence of his acquisition her beauty produced for their approval, as though the approval of these men was something she had been assembled to generate. And then it became something else. The specific sequence of events that Rosalie later describes to Bella in Eclipse is recounted with a directness that does not flinch from what happened and does not soften it with euphemism. And that directness is itself a form of the frozen state, the refusal to grant the people who hurt her the courtesy of imprecise language. They were drunk and they were powerful in the specific way of men who have never encountered meaningful consequences for anything they have chosen to do, and they decided that the night would go differently than Rosalie had any part in deciding. What they did to her was intentional. Every part of it was chosen by people who understood what they were choosing and chose it anyway, because they had correctly calculated that they could. They left her in the street. This detail matters and deserves to sit with its full weight. They left her there, which is a statement not only about what they had done, but about what they believed the doing of it meant, about the assessment they had made of her value and her recourse and the likelihood of any consequence. And they left her because they were confident. The confidence was not irrational given the world they inhabited. Men like Royce King II in Rochester, New York in 1933 had very rarely been held accountable for what they decided to do to women like Rosalie Hale. The calculation they made was not incorrect by the standards of the world that had produced them. Carlisle found her. The specific circumstances of how he came to be on that street at that hour are not fully detailed in the canon, but Carlisle's habit of moving through the world with attention to what the world contained had brought him to the right place at the right moment, and he found a young woman who was dying in the way that people die when violence has been done to them with sufficient thoroughness. He recognized immediately that she was beyond what human medicine could address and would not survive to reach it regardless. He made the decision to transform her, and the decision was not without its complications, and he knew this even in the moment of making it. He has said since that he was motivated partly by the desire to give Edward a companion, a being of his own approximate age and his own general circumstances, who might provide the specific kind of company that Carlisle and Esme, with their different histories and their different relationships to their own existence, could not. This motivation, examined honestly, reveals something about the limits of Carlisle's wisdom that even Carlisle has acknowledged in subsequent reflection. He was making a decision about Rosalie's existence based partly on what her existence might provide for someone else, which is a form of the same error that the men who left her in the street had made. The error was incomparably less violent and was driven by genuine compassion rather than contempt, but the structure of it, the using of her as an instrument for an end she had not been consulted about, deserves acknowledgement. Rosalie woke from her transformation in the specific state she had been in when the transformation found her, because that is what transformations do. The venom had rebuilt her body into something extraordinary, had taken what violence had left of her and replaced it with marble permanence and inhuman strength, and a beauty that exceeded even what she had possessed as a human. I amplified beyond the human scale to something that belonged to a different category of existence entirely. But the state of mind the transformation found was not healed by any of this. The rage was still there, exactly where it had been, exactly as it had been, as complete and as hot and as entirely without resolution as it had been in the street. The venom had sealed it in place with the same thoroughness it had applied to everything else, and Rosalie woke into immortality still burning. This is the frozen moment. Not simply the violence itself, not the physical facts of what was done to her body, but the specific psychological state of a person who has had an intentional and calculated wrong done to them by someone who believed the doing of it was within their power to do without consequence, and who is now burning with the specific fire of a rage that has no adequate object because the wrong was too complete and too permanent to be addressed by any response available to her. That state, that burning, is what the venom preserved, and everything Rosalie Hale is in her vampire existence is the direct and traceable expression of it. She hunted them. This is a fact the canon establishes clearly and without particular emphasis in the matter-of-fact tone that Rosalie herself tends to use for things she has no intention of apologizing for. Before she rejoined Carlisle's family, before she submitted to the vegetarian lifestyle that would become the non-negotiable condition of her membership in the coven, she found each of the men who had been present that night in Rochester, and she killed them. She was careful about it. Specific in a way that suggests planning rather than impulse, making sure that each of them understood what was happening and why before the end. She did not drink their blood. This detail matters enormously in the context of the frozen state. She was not feeding. She was not giving in to the thirst in the way that a newly transformed vampire in the grip of bloodlust might lose control of. She was executing a sentence she had determined they deserved, and she was doing it with enough deliberate restraint to deny herself the feeding, because what she wanted was not their blood, but the specific satisfaction of consequence. The satisfaction was real, and it was insufficient. This too deserves to sit with its full weight, and she did what she had decided needed to be done, and she felt the specific and genuine relief of action taken in response to wrong, of agency exercised in the situation where agency had been completely stripped from her. And then the relief passed, and what remained was the same as what had been there before she began. Because the frozen moment does not resolve through action, however justified the action. The rage was structural. It lived at a level that consequence could not reach, because the wrong it was responding to was not primarily the wrong of those specific men remaining alive and unpunished. It was the wrong of what had been taken, and what had been taken could not be restored by anything she could do to the people who had taken it. Royce she saved for last. The canon is clear on this, and the clarity feels important, and the sense of a deliberate and considered sequence, rather than the urgency of rage that cannot wait. She found him in a room he had barricaded for his own protection, wearing the wedding dress that was meant to have been hers, and she made it last. She was controlled throughout. This is perhaps the most revealing detail in the entire account of Rosalie's vengeance. The fact that her control never slipped, that the marble stillness of her vampire body was fully available to her throughout, that she was not in the grip of something that overwhelmed her capacity for deliberate action, but was instead the deliberate action itself, precise and sustained, and entirely intentional. She was not a person who had lost control. She was a person exercising the only form of control she had, the obsession with her own beauty that characterizes Rosalie in the present, that has been noted by Edward and others, and has sometimes been dismissed as vanity that the transformation merely amplified, is not vanity in any simple or shallow sense when examined through the lens of the frozen moment. Beauty was what they took. Not only beauty, not primarily beauty, but the ownership of it, the right to inhabit her own body as something that belonged to her and was expressed by her choice, rather than consumed by someone else's. The violation was enacted on her body, and the rage is the direct response to the violation, and the obsessive investment in maintaining and asserting the beauty of that body is the ongoing expression of the ownership that was once denied. Every morning that Rosalie tends to her appearance is a statement. The body is mine. It has always been mine. What was done to it did not succeed in making it theirs, and its beauty is not something they took with them when they left me in the street. And I am still here, and I am still myself, and the self that I am is not defined by what was done to it, but by what it has refused to surrender. Her hostility toward intrusion, toward anything that reduces her sense of control over her own boundaries and her own interior, toward Edward's mind reading in particular, is the same frozen state expressed in a different register. Edward's gift is, in the most literal possible sense, a violation of privacy, an access to her interior that she has not consented to and cannot prevent, that she has developed specific techniques for managing it, for presenting her thoughts in forms that give Edward what she wants him to have and withhold what she does not, is characteristic of the intelligence she brings to every threat. But the hostility beneath the management is real, and it is rooted in the same frozen moment. She has had her privacy violated before. She will not be passive about anything that resembles it again. Her grief for the human life she lost is the dimension of the frozen moment that sits underneath the rage and is sometimes harder to see because the rage is so much louder. But it is there, and it is in some ways the most painful element of her frozen state, because it is the element she cannot do anything with. The rage had objects. She found them, and she addressed them with the full capability of what the transformation had made her. But the grief for the children she will never have, for the house she will never grow old in, for the grandchildren, and the ordinary human seasons of a life that was taken before it had properly begun, has no object that any action can address. It simply exists, permanent and unresolvable, in the specific form it took on the night in Rochester, when the future she had been promised was destroyed by people who had decided their momentary desire was worth more than her entire life. This is why Bella's willingness to surrender her humanity produces in Rosalie a response that goes beyond ordinary disagreement. Rosalie does not dislike Bella. The canon makes this clear in the specific way that Rosalie's thoughts, as Edward reads them, are not characterized by the petty resentments that dislike tends to produce, but by something more complicated and more painful. She sees in Bella someone who possesses the thing Rosalie mourns most, and is preparing to discard it deliberately, and without what Rosalie can recognize as adequate grief for the loss. The rage this produces is not directed at Bella personally, but at the situation, at the unbearable irony of watching someone freely choose to give away what was taken from Rosalie without her consent, at the specific cruelty of a universe that distributes the thing she wants most to the person who wants it least. She has built a life inside the frozen moment with the same fierce capability she brings to everything. The beauty she maintains, and the marriage to Emmett that has been remade and renewed across decades with a consistency that suggests it meets some genuine need rather than simply providing a convenient arrangement. The role she plays within the family with her characteristic combination of competence and control distance. All of it is constructed around the wound rather than over it, because the wound is not something that can be built over. It is structural. It is the foundation on which everything else rests, whether or not the resting is comfortable. She's not softened by time. This is the most direct evidence the frozen moment offers of its own permanence. 3 centuries have softened Carlisle's shame into something more manageable. Esme's grief has been redirected into something that gives genuine light. But Rosalie, at 90 years of vampire existence, is recognizably the same person who woke from the transformation still burning, who hunted 5 men through Rochester with deliberate and controlled fury, who has never forgiven the universe for what it took, and has never stopped making that refusal clear to everyone who knows her well enough to see it. She is not broken by this. The frozen moment did not make her less than what she was. It made her permanently what she was in the worst moment, which in Rosalie's case means permanently the most fully herself she has ever been, because the worst moment was also the moment when every peripheral thing was stripped away, and what remained was the core of her, the refusal to accept that what was done to her was acceptable, as the insistence on her own value and her own ownership of herself in the face of everything that tried to take those things from her. The rage is not a flaw. In the specific context of what produced it, the rage is the most appropriate and the most honest response available. It is simply that the transformation made it permanent, made it the condition of her existence rather than the response to a discrete event, made it the state she inhabits every day for as long as forever turns out to be. There are worse things to be preserved in than the refusal to accept that what was done to you was acceptable. There are worse things to carry forever than the knowledge of your own worth and the fury of having had it disregarded. Rosalie carries both. She will always carry both. And the marble that contains them has never once, in 90 years, and shown the slightest sign of yielding. There is a particular kind of damage that does not come from a single catastrophic event, but from an extended period of conditions specifically designed, whether by intention or by circumstance, to maximize the cost of survival. It is the damage of someone who was required to function at the absolute limit of their psychological capacity for so long, and under such sustained pressure, and with such complete absence of any environment that could be described as safe or any period that could be described as adequate rest, that the functioning itself became the damage. Not a wound inflicted at one identifiable moment that can be located in time and examined for its specific contours and traced in its specific effects, but a state produced by months and years and then decades of existing in conditions that offered no relief, no adequate distance from the threat, no moment in which the full weight of vigilance could be set down without immediate and potentially fatal consequence. The person who emerges from this kind of extended exposure does not emerge healed by having survived it. They do not emerge with the specific pride of having endured something extreme and come through the other side into something ordinary and manageable. They emerge with their nervous system permanently calibrated for the conditions that produced it, their responses tuned to a threat level that the ordinary world does not present, and that the ordinary world therefore cannot help them down-regulate. Their entire psychological architecture organized around the management of a danger that no longer exists in the form that shaped them, and that the body, regardless of what the mind understands about the changed circumstances, has never been fully informed of ending. They are ready always for the war that may technically be over, that may have concluded years or decades, or in Jasper's case more than a century ago, but that the body has never received a signal sufficient to believe is truly finished. The readiness does not go away because the war goes away. It becomes the condition of existence, the permanent background state against which everything else is experienced, and the filter through which every new situation is processed before it is allowed to be understood as safe or ordinary, or not requiring the full mobilization of every available resource. Jasper Whitlock was born in 1844 in Texas, and the particular quality of his human life before the transformation is significant in ways that the theory requires us to examine carefully, and without the simplification that would make the story easier to tell, but less honest. He was not simply a young man who happened to be standing in the wrong location at the wrong moment, who was drawn into circumstances entirely external to his fundamental nature and remade by them from the outside in ways that had no relationship to who he already was. He was someone whose fundamental nature had already been shaped before the transformation ever found him, and by an environment and a set of experiences and a vocation that selected specifically for the qualities that the transformation would then preserve and amplify to a degree that no human context could have produced on its own. The war did not create Jasper Whitlock from nothing. It found him and recognized in him something it could use, and Jasper, who was 17 years old, and possessed of the specific confidence of someone whose capabilities have always exceeded what their circumstances have so far demanded of them, was willing to be used because being used by something that recognized your capabilities felt, at 17, like being seen. He lied about his age to enlist in the Confederate Army in 1861, which was not an unusual act for a young man of his background and his convictions and his particular relationship with his own physical confidence and his sense of where his abilities placed him relative to the demands of any situation he might be asked to enter. The Confederacy was the world he had grown up inside, with all the moral complexity and the specific and profound blindnesses that growing up inside any world produces in the people it contains. The war was presented to him in the terms his world used to present it, which were the terms of defense and honor and the protection of a way of life, and the specific masculine obligation to answer when the thing you belonged to required something of you. He did not have access, at 17 in 1861 in Texas, and to the terms that history would eventually apply to the same events. He enlisted because the world he inhabited told him this was what men of his quality did, and because he was young enough and confident enough and had not yet encountered anything that had given him adequate reason to doubt the world's assessment of what his quality required. He rose through the ranks with a speed that surprised even the people who had noted his capabilities early and had already revised their expectations upward from the baseline. By 17, he had achieved the rank of major, and the achievement was not the result of connections or favoritism, or the particular advantages of background that sometimes explain rapid military advancement, and it was the result of something in Jasper himself that the military structure recognized and rewarded, because it was genuinely useful and genuinely rare. His superiors saw in him the combination of natural authority and tactical intelligence, and the specific quality of presence that makes other people willing to follow without requiring elaborate justification, that makes the issuance of an order feel less like the exercise of rank and more like the identification of something that was obviously the right thing to do. He did not command with the anxious over-explanation of someone who needs to convince people to follow them. He assessed situations with a clarity that communicated itself to the people around him, and the people around him found themselves acting on that assessment before they had fully processed what he had said, or sometimes before he had said anything at all. This quality, this natural capacity for reading and influencing the people around him, was not separate from the gift the transformation would later produce in him. It was the human form of a sensitivity to the emotional states of others that had always been more acute in Jasper than in the people around him, present from the beginning in ways he would not have had language to describe, but that shaped everything from his interpersonal effectiveness to his tactical judgment, to the specific way he moved through any environment with a continuous low-level awareness of what every person in it was feeling and how those feelings were likely to translate into behavior. He read rooms the way other people read faces, with a comprehensiveness and an automaticity that went beyond what ordinary social intelligence could account for. He understood the mood of a group before any individual within it had made their mood explicit. He knew when fear was about to become panic, when discipline was about to crack, when the particular emotional pressure of a sustained difficult situation had reached the point where something was going to give, regardless of what the formal structure required. These instincts made him an extraordinary military leader. They also meant that he was never, even in his human life, fully protected from the emotional reality of the people around him by the ordinary psychological distance that most people maintain between themselves and others without conscious effort. He was traveling through Galveston in 1863, moving civilians out of the city under the orders of his commanding officer, when he encountered 3 women on the road at nightfall. The encounter had the quality of something arranged rather than accidental, a quality that his military instincts registered as a category of alert without being able to specify the source. The women were traveling alone, which was unusual enough to notice, and they moved with a grace and a stillness that exceeded what any degree of ordinary physical capability could have produced, a quality of controlled physical presence that his body recognized as fundamentally different from anything human, before his mind had assembled adequate evidence to support the recognition. They were beautiful in the specific way that vampires are beautiful, which is to say, in a way that the human eye finds compelling before the human mind can identify why the compellingness feels slightly wrong, that registers as extraordinary before it registers as threatening, that creates a moment of arrested attention during which the threat has time to complete its approach. The one who spoke was Maria. She was a vampire of significant age and significant purpose, operating in the American South during the Civil War, with a specific strategic clarity of someone who had identified an opportunity and was exploiting it with full awareness of what she was doing and why. The chaos of the war provided cover that peacetime would not have permitted, and the disruption of ordinary life and ordinary accountability created conditions in which unusual activities could proceed without the level of scrutiny that would otherwise have made them difficult to sustain. She was building an army of newborn vampires, which in the Twilight canon is among the most dangerous and most explicitly regulated activities in the vampire world, precisely because the power of newborn vampires combined with their complete lack of impulse control creates a combination that is extraordinarily difficult to manage and extraordinarily costly when it goes wrong. She had been building armies before, had learned from previous failures what the primary limiting factor was, and had concluded that the limiting factor was not the newborns themselves, but the quality of the leadership required to manage them. She needed someone who could hold beings of extraordinary and unregulated physical power in something approaching a functional military structure, who could train them in the brief window of their peak newborn strength, and then execute them cleanly when that window closed and their usefulness ended. She looked at Jasper Whitlock on a road outside Galveston and recognized immediately that she had found what she had been looking for. She turned him that night with the specific purposefulness of a military acquisition, rather than the complicated emotional motivations that characterized most of the transformations the Cullen family had produced. She needed him functional, and she needed him soon. And the 3 days of burning happened in the context of Maria's full knowledge of what she had done and why, with Jasper having no real understanding of what was happening to him until it was already complete and irreversible. He woke from the transformation into an environment that was the most extreme possible expression of everything his human experience had already been building toward, as though the transformation had specifically designed his circumstances to match the architecture of his particular gift at its most overwhelming possible scale. He was surrounded by newborn vampires, which is to say by beings of terrifying and barely governable physical capability, whose dominant psychological state was a thirst so overwhelming in the early months of their vampire existence that it reduced the full complexity of a human interior life to something operating almost entirely below the level of considered thought, and driven by need and impulse and the specific desperation of an appetite that had no adequate satisfaction available to it, and no mechanism for accepting this fact with anything approaching equanimity. He was required to train them, to impose the functional structure of a military force on beings whose capacity for the sustained rational attention that training requires was compromised every moment by the thirst that was simultaneously his management challenge and, through his gift, his continuous direct experience. And he was required, when they had served their purpose, to destroy them, but to execute the soldiers he had trained and whose individual capabilities he had spent months attending to with the specific and detailed care of a commander who understands that his knowledge of the individuals in his force is not an optional supplement to his tactical effectiveness, but its primary foundation. He knew them, each of them, with a particular intimacy of someone who had been receiving their emotional experience directly throughout the entire period of his acquaintance with them. And then he killed them and felt through his gift what they felt in the killing, with the full immediacy of something happening in his own body, rather than at the careful remove of someone watching another person's experience from the outside. He felt everything, always, from everyone within his range, and this is the detail that distinguishes Jasper's experience most fundamentally from every other vampire in Maria's army and from every other member of the Cullen family in the present. And it is the detail that the theory requires us to hold clearly in mind throughout any examination of what the frozen moment preserved in him. The empathic gift that the transformation formalized from its human precursor was not selective or adjustable or capable of being directed away from what he did not want to receive. It received everything. The fear of every newborn vampire he trained, arriving in him with the same quality and the same force as his own fear, indistinguishable at the level of felt experience from the emotions he generated himself. The bloodlust that was their constant state and his constant management responsibility, yet arriving through the gift as an addition to his own bloodlust, rather than as information about someone else's, creating a feedback amplification of thirst that had no equivalent in any other vampire's experience. The specific quality of feeling that moved through them in the moments before he destroyed them, which he received as they experienced it, with the full and unmediated immediacy of something happening inside him, rather than something he was observing happening to someone else. And simultaneously, without interruption, and without the possibility of interruption, he managed his own thirst, his own vigilance, his own continuous assessment of a threat environment that was genuine and multidirectional, and that punished any lapse in attention with consequences that were immediate and often irreversible, at the compounding of his own psychological demands with the empathically received demands of everyone around him, created a load that had no adequate human analogue, and that the transformation had provided no mechanism for reducing. He carried it because carrying it was the only available option, and he functioned because functioning was what was required. And the functioning under these conditions over the months and years that followed shaped the permanent architecture of his psychological existence with a thoroughness that went beyond what even the frozen moment of the transformation alone would have produced. He remained with Maria for decades. The canon does not provide a precise accounting of the years, but the language used to describe this period establishes clearly that it was not a brief episode that Jasper passed through on his way to something else, but the sustained primary experience of his vampire existence. The years during which the frozen moment's psychological blueprint was not merely preserved, but continuously reinforced by an environment that confirmed every day that the blueprint was accurate, that vigilance was necessary, that the management of violence and bloodlust and the destruction of people he had trained was the actual content of what his existence consisted of. He did not pass through Maria's army. He was formed by it. In the same way that a stone is formed by the riverbed it rests in for long enough. The shape that resulted was the shape of the pressure applied to it over time. He deteriorated. The language the canon uses is careful and does not specify a precise timeline, but the direction it describes is unmistakable. The accumulated weight of decades of direct empathic exposure to the fear and bloodlust and dying of the newborn vampires he trained and destroyed, layered over his own thirst and his own vigilance and his own continuous expenditure of the will, required to function in conditions that never offered adequate recovery time, reached a level that his extraordinary psychological resources could no longer absorb without visible effect. He was still capable. His tactical intelligence remained intact. His physical capabilities were unchanged, but the specific quality of his authority, that natural and uncontrived presence that Maria had identified and acquired, and had become something more brittle and more effortful than it had been, something that required more conscious maintenance and produced less reliable results, something that the decades of impossible conditions had worn thin in the specific way of a material that has been subjected to sustained stress beyond its design tolerance. He left with Peter, a vampire who had survived his own scheduled execution through the intervention of Charlotte, his mate, who had taken him and run before Jasper could complete the killing. Jasper had let them go. The canon does not fully explain this decision, and the incompleteness of the explanation is itself meaningful, suggesting an act that came from somewhere below the level of strategic reasoning. I'm from the part of him that is gift and made most developed and most sensitive and most difficult to ignore. He felt what Peter felt in that moment, and what he felt was something the accumulated decades of Maria's army had made increasingly difficult for him to dismiss. He left because staying had become something he no longer had the resources to sustain, not because he had found clarity or resolution, or any position from which the leaving felt like a clean and considered choice. He left because the alternative to leaving had finally become worse than the uncertainty of what leaving meant. The years with Peter and Charlotte offered different conditions without offering resolution. He still fed on humans, still experienced through his gift the full emotional weight of every feeding, still carried in every room he entered the complete tactical assessment of someone whose nervous system had never received the signal that the conditions requiring it were over. He was a soldier moving through a world that had no war for him to fight, and no structure adequate to the capabilities the war had built, finding in the company of Peter and Charlotte something that helped without healing, that reduced the isolation without addressing what the isolation had been a symptom of. Alice found him in a diner in Philadelphia, and the canon does not fully account for what her arrival meant to someone whose empathic gift had spent decades receiving primarily fear and bloodlust and the specific emotional texture of violence and dying. As she sat down across from him, and his gift received from her something it had not received in any form he could remember with any clarity. Uncomplicated joy, not the brittle cheerfulness of someone performing happiness over a different underlying state, not the relief of someone who has gotten what they wanted and will return to anxiety once the relief fades, but the specific quality of emotion that belongs to someone who has been carrying a certainty toward its object and has arrived, and whose arrival is exactly what they expected and exactly what they needed, and produces in them the uncomplicated warmth of something that is simply right. She was glad to find him, not because of what he could do for her, or what having him beside her would mean strategically or socially, but because she had seen him and decided he was worth finding. Finding him confirmed the decision, and the confirmation felt like joy. His gift received this and could not be deceived about its quality. He had spent decades receiving the emotional states of beings who were afraid of him, or hungry in ways he was managing, or dying in ways he had caused. And Alice felt like none of those things. She felt like safety in the specific and unfamiliar form of safety that comes not from the absence of threat, but from the presence of something that does not require you to be defended against it. She was not asking him to be less than he was. She was asking him to come with her to people who would take him as he was and offer him conditions in which what he was might have a different relationship to the world around it than the relationship Maria's army had produced. He went with her because his gift told him she was telling the truth, and because the truth she was telling was the first offer of anything resembling the right conditions that he had encountered since before 1863, and because a soldier who's been in the wrong conditions for long enough will move toward possibly right conditions with a speed that bypasses the ordinary caution of someone who has not been that depleted for that long. The Jasper who arrived at Carlisle's family was not a Jasper who had recovered. He was the soldier, exactly as the transformation and Maria's decades had made him, carrying in every movement and every silence and every automatic positioning near exits the complete and permanent imprint of everything his frozen moment and its years of reinforcement had produced, and the hypervigilance was not a habit he had not yet broken. It was the architecture of his mind. The empathic gift was not an ability he had learned to manage with ease. It was the continuous and demanding and never fully adequately compensated reality of his existence, receiving everything from everyone within range and adding it to what was already there, and finding ways to function inside the cumulative weight of all of it. He has been choosing Carlisle's way for decades now, and the choosing has not become easier in the way that things become easier when they are aligned with what you fundamentally are. It has remained costly, remained demanding, remained the most difficult available option, because his frozen moment and everything that followed it made a different option feel more natural. But he chooses it anyway, armed with the specific quality of decision that belongs to someone who understands clearly what they are choosing and what it costs, and chooses it because it is right, rather than because it is easy, because Jasper Whitlock has always known, even at 17, even in Maria's army, even in the worst of the decades that followed, how to recognize the right thing. The capacity to recognize it and the capacity to do it easily are different things, and Jasper has only ever had the first. The soldier who never came home is still in the field. He's simply fighting now for something worth the cost of the fighting. And that difference between a war that was worth nothing and a choice that is worth everything is the thing he holds on to when the frozen moment speaks loudest and the cost of the choosing feels highest. It is not nothing. For Jasper Hale, after everything, it may be the closest thing to peace that the permanent calibration of a soldier's mind will ever allow. There is a particular kind of damage that belongs specifically to the erasure of origin, not the loss of a person or a place or a relationship, all of which are losses that carry their own devastating weight and their own specific texture of grief, but the loss of the self's own beginning, the removal of access to the foundational narrative through which any person constructs their understanding of who they are and why they are that way, and what the thread is that connects the person they were becoming to the person they have become. Human identity is built backward as much as forward, up assembled through the continuous act of returning to earlier versions of the self and finding in them the explanation for the present one, the reasons for the fears and the sources of the strengths and the origins of the particular shape that this specific life has taken rather than any other. Take away the earlier versions and the present self floats without anchor, coherent in its immediate experience, but without the foundation that makes coherence feel like something more than performance, without the roots that allow a person to say with any confidence that they know who they are because they know where they came from. Alice Cullen does not know where she came from. This is not a metaphor or an approximation. It is the literal and specific condition of her existence, the most fundamental fact about the psychological state that the transformation preserved in her. And it is the fact from which every other defining quality of who she is flows with the directness and the inevitability that the theory finds in every frozen moment it examines. She woke from her transformation without a past, not with a damaged or incomplete past, not with a past that was painful enough that she would have preferred not to remember it, but with no past at all, a complete and total absence where the history of herself should have been, an origin story that had been deliberately and systematically destroyed before the transformation could preserve it. What the canon eventually reveals about Mary Alice Brandon which is the name that belongs to the human person who became Alice Cullen. It is fragmentary and assembled from records that survived the deliberate effort to eliminate them. She was born in 1901 in Biloxi, Mississippi, into a family whose specific circumstances are not fully detailed, but whose response to their daughter's unusual perceptions is documented clearly enough in what remains. She had visions, not in the vague and deniable sense of a person who is sometimes uncannily perceptive, or who has vivid and occasionally prophetic dreams that can be explained away as coincidence or intuition. She had specific, detailed, involuntary visions of future events, and arriving with a regularity and a precision that could not be managed through the ordinary social strategies of minimization and selective disclosure that people with unusual perceptions sometimes use to navigate a world that does not have adequate frameworks for what they experience. The early 20th century in the American South had one primary institutional response to a young woman who reported seeing the future with consistent and verifiable accuracy. It did not investigate the phenomenon. It did not attempt to understand the mechanism or evaluate the evidence or consider the possibility that what she was experiencing corresponded to something real that existing frameworks had simply not yet accounted for. It classified her as mentally ill, and which in 1901 in Mississippi meant something specific and consequential about what would happen to her next. She was institutionalized. The records that survived, located later by Alice and Edward working together, confirm that she was committed to an asylum, that her records were eventually destroyed, that her own family arranged for a headstone bearing her name as though she had died, erasing her from the family narrative with a thoroughness that suggests something more deliberate than the ordinary administrative management of an inconvenient situation. She was, in other words, unmade, not through violence, not through the sudden catastrophic event that characterizes most of the frozen moments the theory examines, but through the sustained institutional process of a system that had decided her perception of reality was the problem, rather than its own incapacity to accommodate that perception. The asylum took her name in the sense that it replaced the context in which her name had meaning. It took her history by removing her from the people and places that constituted her history and substituting an environment that had no interest in who she had been before she arrived. It took her identity by insisting, with the full institutional authority of a system backed by the medical consensus of its era, that the defining feature of her experience, the visions that were the most vivid and most consistent thing about her interior life, were symptoms of a broken mind rather than evidence of a real and functioning gift. She was hunted inside the asylum, and James, the tracker whose methodology involved the specific pleasure of pursuing prey that other vampires were protecting, had identified her and was coming for her. A vampire on the staff of the institution, whose identity and motivations the canon does not fully specify, recognized what was happening and made the decision to transform her rather than allow James to reach her. This transformation happened in the asylum, which means it happened in the place of her captivity, in the environment specifically designed to contain and diminish her, in the physical space that had been the site of everything done to her identity and her history and her sense of her own reality. She did not wake from her transformation in safety. She woke in the place where she had been unmade, are now transformed into something that the institution had even less framework for than it had for a girl who saw the future. And she woke alone. This is the detail that the theory requires us to understand in its full weight, because it is the detail that distinguishes Alice's frozen moments most sharply from the frozen moments of the other Cullen family members. Carlisle woke to find himself alone, but with his memories intact, his history present even as a source of shame, his sense of who he had been before the transformation available to him as context for understanding what he had become. Edward woke to Carlisle's presence and explanation, to someone who could tell him what had happened and why and what it meant and what came next. Esme woke to Carlisle. Rosalie woke to Carlisle and to Edward, and Emmett woke to Rosalie's voice and Carlisle's care. Each of them woke in the presence of someone who knew something about them, who could provide at least a partial bridge between the self they had been and the self they were now being required to become. Alice woke alone in an asylum with no memory, no name she could access with confidence, no faces belonging to people who loved her that she could hold in her mind as evidence that the person she had been before the burning was a person who had existed in relationship to other people, who had mattered to someone, whose absence from the world she had previously inhabited would be noticed and mourned. She woke with the full, extraordinary capacity of a newly transformed vampire, the amplified senses and the marble strength and the absolute permanence of a body rebuilt for indefinite existence, and with the gift already operating, already showing her fragments of futures that she had no context for understanding, because she had no past from which to interpret what the futures were futures of. She woke as a self without an origin, equipped with everything except the foundational knowledge of who that self was. This is the frozen moment for Alice Cullen. Not a specific event within her human life, not a wound inflicted at one identifiable moment that can be located in time with precision. The frozen moment is the condition of the awakening itself, the specific state of a consciousness that opened into vampire existence without access to the human existence that preceded it, and that began in a void and has been navigating that void ever since with a particular combination of determined forward motion and underlying groundlessness that characterizes everything Alice does and is. The transformation preserved the void, sealed it in place with the same permanence it applied to Carlisle's shame and Edward's helplessness and Esme's grief and Rosalie's rage. The void is structural, as permanent as the marble containing it, and everything that Alice Cullen is, everything that makes her recognizable and distinctive, and in many ways the most forward-oriented and most apparently unburdened member of the Cullen family, is built directly on top of it and in direct response to it. Her gift, and which the transformation formalized from whatever precursor capacity Mary Alice Brandon had possessed before the institution had the opportunity to fully erase her, is precognition. She sees the future specifically and in detail, and with a reliability that has made her an extraordinarily valuable member of the family in practical terms, providing advanced knowledge of threats and opportunities and the shifting possibilities produced by the decisions of the people around her. The gift is real and it is powerful, and it has been the instrument of the family's survival on multiple occasions that would otherwise have had different outcomes. But the gift is also, when examined through the lens of the frozen moment, I'm the most direct and most legible expression of a self that woke into existence without a past, and has been compensating for that absence ever since through the only temporal direction that offers it anything to work with. Alice cannot go backward. The past is a void, sealed off from her, empty of the memories and the relationships and the accumulated experiences through which any person constructs their sense of continuous identity. Every attempt to access it returns nothing, or returns the fragments that she and Edward were able to locate through research, fragmentary records of an institutional existence that destroyed its subject almost as thoroughly as the institution intended. The past is not painful for Alice in the way that the past is painful for her siblings, and not something she is managing or working around or finding sophisticated ways to live alongside. It is simply absent, and the absence is its own specific kind of wound. But the future is available. The future arrives, unbidden and specific and detailed, in the vision flashes that have characterized her existence since before she can remember, which is to say, since the beginning of everything she has access to. The future is the one temporal direction that offers her anything resembling continuity, anything resembling the experience of a self that persists across time and has a relationship to events beyond the immediate present. She cannot remember where she came from. She can see where she is going. And she has organized her entire existence around that asymmetry, but has made the forward direction into the territory she inhabits most completely and most fluently, has built her sense of self and her sense of agency and her sense of connection to the people around her primarily through her relationship to what comes next, rather than through any relationship to what came before. Her obsessive investment in planning and preparation and the shaping of outcomes, which the people around her sometimes experience as controlling or exhaustingly proactive, is not a personality quirk or an expression of a generally optimistic nature that finds satisfaction in anticipating good things. It is the direct psychological expression of someone whose only available source of temporal continuity is the future, who cannot construct identity through the ordinary backward-looking process of returning to earlier versions of the self and finding in them the explanation for the present one, and who has therefore made the forward-looking process into the primary mechanism of selfhood. If she can see what is coming, she knows who she is in relation to it. If she can shape what is coming, she has agency in a life that began with the most total possible deprivation of agency. If she can maintain her vision of the future clearly and act on it decisively, she is something that functions like the continuity she cannot construct through memory. The cheerfulness that characterizes Alice in the present, the brightness and the energy and the enthusiasm that makes her the most immediately approachable member of the family, deserves examination through the same lens, rather than being taken at face value as straightforward personality. It is real. The joy she takes in the people she loves and in the future she can see, and in the sensory pleasures of an existence that, unlike several of her siblings, she does not experience as primarily burdensome, is genuine and not performed. But it is also the effective style of someone who cannot afford extended residence in the past, who has learned, through the specific conditions of an existence that began in a void, that forward motion and present engagement and the genuine cultivation of joy in available experience are not optional pleasures, but psychological necessities. She's cheerful the way people are cheerful when they have understood at the most fundamental level of who they are, and that the alternative is a kind of groundlessness that has no flaw. Her relationship with Jasper illuminates the frozen moment from a different angle. She found him before she met him, saw him in her visions with the specificity of someone she was going to need rather than simply encounter, and moved toward him with the deliberate purposefulness of someone who has learned to trust the forward direction completely, because it is the only direction that has ever offered her anything reliable. She needed him in the specific way of someone who woke into existence without any of the anchoring relationships through which people normally understand themselves, who had been moving through the early years of her vampire existence with no one who knew her origin and no one who had chosen her before she arrived at the moment of choosing. She had seen him and decided, which is the process that works for someone whose relationship to time runs primarily in the forward direction. She does not remember falling in love with him. She chose him from a vision and then fell in love with the person the vision had shown her, which is the specific and somewhat extraordinary romantic process available to someone whose access to her own past does not extend to the ordinary narrative of a relationship developing from its beginning. Her blurred quality in her own visions, which the canon notes and which reflects the general principle that Alice's gift cannot see the futures of werewolves and cannot see Bella clearly, is worth examining in the context of the frozen moment, and the limitation that her gift encounters when attempting to see people who operate outside its normal parameters is a precise structural analogue to the limitation the frozen moment places on her relationship to her own past. There are territories her vision cannot enter, directions in which the forward-looking process fails to provide the continuity she needs it to provide. These failures are not merely tactical inconveniences. For someone whose entire psychological architecture is built on the reliability of the forward direction, the experience of the forward direction becoming opaque or unreliable carries a specific weight that would not belong to the same experience for someone whose identity rested on a different foundation. She came to Carlisle's family already knowing she would, having seen it in her visions before she had any direct experience of the people who composed it. She arrived with Jasper beside her, and with the specific quality of someone who has been moving toward a destination for long enough that arrival feels less like a beginning and more like a confirmation. The family she joined was full of people whose frozen moments she could not remember, but whose effects she could observe with the acute attention of someone who had been paying close attention to the emotional landscape of everyone around her from the moment of her awakening. She understood Jasper's hypervigilance without needing to know its history. She understood Edward's hollow quality without having access to the specific shape of the wound that produced it. As she moved through the family's emotional landscape with the attentiveness of someone who has learned to read the present with great care because the past has never been available to provide context for it. The records she and Edward eventually found, the documentation of Mary Alice Brandon's institutionalization, and the headstone bearing her name in a Mississippi cemetery, and the fragments of information that could be assembled into something approaching a history, did not fill the void. This is the most important and the most honest thing that can be said about the frozen moment as it operates in Alice's case. The information existed. She found it. She stood in front of a headstone with her own name on it and understood the broad outlines of what had been done to her. who had done it, and what the institution had been, and what it had decided about the girl it had contained. And the void remained exactly as it had always been, because the void is not an information problem. It is a structural condition of a self that began in absence and was transformed in absence, and carries that absence as permanently as it carries anything else the transformation chose to keep. She does not appear to the people around her to be carrying something heavy. This is part of what the frozen moment produces in her that distinguishes her most clearly from her siblings, none of whom are particularly successful at concealing the weight they carry from someone paying close enough attention. Alice appears light. She appears to move through existence with a buoyancy that suggests something closer to genuine freedom than most of her family can access. But the buoyancy is not the absence of weight. It is the specific technique of someone who learned, in the earliest moments of an existence that began in a void, that the only available response to groundlessness is motion. You cannot stand still when there is nothing beneath you. You move forward into the future that your gift shows you, with everything you have, and you build the self that the past cannot anchor through the accumulated forward motion of choosing and acting and loving and being present in the only temporal direction that will hold you. The self, without an origin, is still a self. It is simply a self that had to be built from the future backward, rather than from the past forward, and that had to find its coherence in the forward direction, because the backward direction was a void that had to construct its sense of continuity from what is coming, rather than from what came before. Alice Cullen has been doing this since the moment she woke alone in an asylum with no name she could be sure of and no memory she could trust, and a gift showing her futures she had no context for understanding. She's been doing it with a consistency and a grace that her family benefits from every day without necessarily understanding the specific and considerable cost of maintaining it. The void is still there. It has always been there. It will always be there, as permanent as everything else the frozen moment chose to keep. She simply refuses, with the cheerful and absolute determination of someone who has never had the option of anything else, to let it be the loudest thing in the room. There is a particular kind of person who meets extreme physical danger with something that looks, from the outside, remarkably like enjoyment. Not the performance of enjoyment, not the brittle bravado of someone who is frightened and is using the appearance of fearlessness as a management strategy, but something that appears to be the genuine article, a response to threat and intensity, and the absolute limit of physical experience that registers in the person having it as closer to exhilaration than to terror. These people are not rare exactly, but they are distinct, and the distinction is not a simple one. It is not that they do not understand danger in the way that a person who has never encountered it fails to understand it. It is that their nervous system, for reasons that may have to do with biology or experience or the specific configuration of a particular character formed in particular circumstances, processes the extreme end of physical experience differently than the nervous system of someone for whom that same extreme registers primarily as something to escape. Emmett McCarty was this kind of person before the bear found him in the mountains of Gatlinburg, Tennessee, in 1935. The canon does not provide an extensive account of his human life in the way that it provides for Rosalie or Jasper or Carlisle, and this relative sparseness is itself a form of information in suggesting a human existence that was characterized more by the immediate and the physical than by the kind of sustained psychological complexity that generates detailed retrospective narrative. He was large, which the canon establishes clearly. Large in the specific way of someone whose physical presence is the primary fact about them in any room they enter, whose body communicates capability and confidence before any other information has been exchanged. He was from a working-class background in rural Tennessee in the 1930s, which shaped him in the specific way that physical environments and physical labor shape people, and orienting his relationship to the world primarily through what the body can do and what the body can endure, and the particular satisfaction that comes from discovering that what the body can do and endure is more than anyone, including yourself, previously understood. He was hiking in the mountains outside Gatlinburg when the bear attacked. The specific circumstances that led him into proximity with a bear of sufficient size and aggression to constitute the kind of threat his body ultimately could not survive are not detailed in the canon, but the general outline is clear enough. He encountered the bear. The encounter was not the brief and mutually startled kind that resolves through the mutual retreat of two creatures who have decided the other is more trouble than it is worth. It was the kind that escalates, had through a sequence of events that unfold too quickly for deliberate decision-making to play any meaningful role, into direct physical confrontation of the most serious kind. The bear was larger than him, which in practical terms meant it was larger than almost any human being he was likely to encounter, and it was operating from a completely different set of physical parameters than even a man of his size and capability could match. He was mauled. The word is clinical and does not fully convey the specific quality of what the encounter produced in a human body, the kind of damage that an animal of that size and strength and intention inflicts when it has committed fully to the confrontation. He was alive when Rosalie found him, which is the detail the canon provides with the most clarity, as though the fact of his survival to the point of her arrival is the primary information rather than the mechanism of the mauling itself. He was alive, and he was badly damaged. And Rosalie, who had been hunting in the same mountains, and had come upon the scene by the specific chance that the Twilight canon returns to repeatedly, as though chance is the wrong word for it, made an immediate and entirely uncharacteristic decision. Rosalie does not make impulsive decisions. This is one of the most consistent things about her character, the deliberateness with which she moves through every situation, the way her frozen moment of violated control has produced in her an absolute commitment to never being caught, without having considered the available options. But she picked up Emmett McCarty and carried him to Carlisle with a speed and a directness that bypassed deliberation entirely, driven by something she is subsequently described with characteristic frankness as his eyes. He reminded her of someone, specifically of a boy she had known before Rochester, and the reminder was enough to override the calculated self-interest that governed most of her decisions and replace it with something older and more immediate than calculation. Carlisle transformed him. The transformation happened at Rosalie's explicit request, which makes it unusual in the history of the Cullen family's editions, most of which have been Carlisle's own decision made from his own compassion or his own judgment about what was needed. Rosalie wanted Emmett changed, which is a statement that carries additional weight given what Rosalie thinks about transformation in general, given the profound grief she carries for the human life that was taken from her, and her ongoing refusal to pretend that what was given in exchange is an adequate substitute. She wanted this specific person preserved with an urgency that overcame her general conviction that preservation through transformation is not the gift it presents itself as being. Emmett woke from his transformation, and the first thing anyone present understood about what the transformation had made of him was that he was not particularly disturbed by it. And this response was so different from the response that every previous transformation in the Cullen family had produced that it constituted its own category of information about what the transformation had found and what it had therefore preserved. Carlisle had woken in horror. Edward had woken in grief and anger. Esme had woken in grief of a different and deeper kind. Rosalie had woken burning with rage. Jasper had woken in the ongoing war that Maria's army had made of his existence. Each of them had woken into their frozen moment and found it precisely what it had always been, the specific and painful psychological state that the venom had sealed in place. Emmett woke and found that his frozen moment was something different from any of theirs. He had been at the absolute peak of physical arousal when Rosalie found him, and Carlisle's venom entered his blood. Not physical arousal in any romantic sense, but in the specific physiological sense of a body that has mobilized every available resource in response to an extreme and immediate threat, that has flooded itself with every chemical signal available to the human stress response system in the maximum possible quantity, that is operating at the furthest boundary of what human physical existence can produce in terms of raw energy and raw focus, and the absolute narrowing of attention to the immediate moment and what it requires. Adrenaline at the level that a bear attack in its most serious phase produces is not a mild intensification of ordinary experience. It is a wholesale reorganization of physiological priority, the body redirecting every available resource toward the single task of surviving the next several seconds, stripping away everything that is not immediately relevant to that task, and amplifying everything that is. This is the state the transformation found. This is the state it preserved. The frozen moment for Emmett Cullen is not a moment of grief or shame or rage or helplessness or psychological void. It is a moment of maximum physical intensity, maximum adrenaline, maximum engagement with the immediate and the bodily, and the entirely present tense reality of a situation that demanded everything he had and was demanding it right now. A moment, in other words, that felt from the inside, more like being fully alive than like dying. Because the specific physiological state of a person at peak adrenaline response has more in common with the experience of intense vitality than with any of the ordinary experiences of approaching death. The body in that state is not shutting down. It is running at absolute maximum capacity, which is experienced as a kind of aliveness that ordinary circumstances do not produce. What the transformation preserved in Emmett, therefore, was not damage in the conventional sense that the theory has been tracing through the other members of the family. It was not a wound, not a grief, not a shame or rage or void. It was a physiological and psychological baseline that was established at a moment of maximum intensity, and that has remained in the permanent way that all frozen moments remain, the foundational state from which everything else in his vampire existence operates. He is not frozen in pain. He is frozen in adrenaline, in the specific and extraordinary quality of complete physical engagement with an immediate and extreme situation, in the state of a body and mind that are fully committed to the present moment, because the present moment is all that matters and all that exists. This is why Emmett approaches his vampire existence with a fundamental orientation toward joy and physical engagement, and the finding of pleasure in intensity that none of his siblings share in the same uncomplicated form. It is not that he escaped the psychological freezing. It is that the psychological state in which he was frozen happened to be one that corresponds more closely to what human beings generally describe as feeling good than to any of the states in which his siblings were frozen. The freezing is just as complete and just as permanent in his case as in anyone else's. The frozen moment is just as structurally determinative of who he is and how he moves through the world. The difference is in what the frozen moment was, not in whether the freezing occurred. His thrill-seeking, which is one of the most consistent and most immediately noticeable things about his character, is not a preference that developed over time through the accumulation of experiences that happen to reward intensity and novelty and physical challenge. It is the direct expression of a baseline that was established at maximum intensity, and that experiences ordinary existence as something below what the nervous system was calibrated for. The bear attack set a reference point. Everything since has been measured against it, not consciously and not through any deliberate process of comparison, but in the automatic way that a nervous system calibrated to a particular level of intensity responds to conditions that fall below that level. The ordinary is insufficient, not because Emmett is demanding or difficult to satisfy, but because the frozen moment established sufficiency at a point that ordinary experience cannot reach without considerable effort in the direction of the extreme. He hunts bears, and the canon establishes this with the specific detail of someone who finds the information amusing, but also accurate, and the choice is not incidental or merely convenient, given the availability of large predators in the areas where the Cullen family tends to live. Emmett hunts bears because bears represent the closest available approximation to the conditions of the frozen moment, the largest and most physically capable prey that the vegetarian lifestyle permits, the hunt that comes closest to the level of intensity that the bear attack in the Gatlinburg Mountains in 1935 established as the nervous system's reference point for what constitutes a genuinely engaging experience. He finds bears satisfying in a way that deer and elk are not, and the finding is not philosophical or aesthetic, but physiological, are rooted in the frozen moment's permanent establishment of intensity as the baseline condition of sufficient aliveness. His relationship with Rosalie is the most complex and the most revealing thing about him, and it is complex in ways that the frozen moment helps to clarify without fully explaining. He loves her with a consistency and a wholeness that has characterized their relationship across decades of vampire existence and multiple renewals of a marriage that did not need to be renewed but has been repeatedly, because the renewal was wanted rather than merely habitual. He understands her in the specific way of someone whose frozen moment is almost entirely non-cognitive, whose relationship to experience runs through the body and the immediate, rather than through the layers of reflection and analysis that characterize his more cerebral siblings, and whose understanding of other people therefore tends to be more direct and less complicated by the kind of over-interpretation that extensive reflection can produce. He does not try to understand Rosalie. He simply is with her in the present tense and physically grounded way that his frozen moment makes his primary mode of engagement with everything, and the being with her is, by all available evidence, precisely what she needs alongside everything else she carries. He's funny. This too deserves examination through the lens of the frozen moment, rather than being accepted as a personality trait that developed independently of the psychological state the transformation preserved. The humor that characterizes Emmett in the present, the teasing and the jokes and the specific quality of finding things genuinely amusing rather than merely performing amusement as a social lubricant, is the expression of a nervous system that is oriented toward engagement and intensity in the present moment, and that finds in humor the same quality of immediate aliveness that it finds in physical challenge. Humor is present tense in the way that the frozen moment is present tense. It requires full attention to the immediate situation and the immediate people and the immediate possibilities that the situation and the people produce. It rewards the kind of direct and unfiltered engagement with what is actually happening rather than what happened before or what might happen later that characterizes Emmett's general orientation toward existence. He teases Edward about Bella with a consistency and a delight that Edward bears with varying degrees of patience, and the teasing is genuine rather than performative, rooted in the specific pleasure of a situation that contains real humor if you are paying sufficient attention to the immediate reality rather than getting lost in its complications. Edward has spent a century being superior about his self-control and is now losing his composure over a human girl whose blood calls to him like nothing else he has ever encountered. And this is objectively funny if you have the kind of direct and unfiltered relationship to the present moment that allows you to appreciate the irony without also being lost in the moral complexity and the genuine danger and the philosophical implications of the situation. Emmett has exactly this kind of relationship to the present moment. His frozen moment gave it to him permanently as the baseline condition of his engagement with everything. His lack of philosophical anxiety about being a vampire is a dimension of the frozen moment most frequently misread as simple-mindedness or insufficient depth, and it is neither. Emmett is not incapable of philosophical thought. He is simply not driven toward it by the specific psychological wound that drives most of his siblings toward it. Carlisle's philosophical engagement with his own nature is the direct expression of the shame that defines his frozen moment, the necessity of constructing a framework adequate to the moral horror of what he became. Edward's endless self-examination is the hypervigilance of someone frozen in helplessness, always monitoring for the signs that the monster has gotten through the discipline. Jasper's tactical assessment of every situation is the soldier's perpetual readiness, the frozen moment that never received the signal that the war ended. These are not chosen intellectual orientations. They are the specific forms that the frozen moment's demands take in beings of considerable intelligence who have no option but to think about the things their frozen moments require them to think about. Emmett's frozen moment does not require him to think about mortality or monstrousness or the philosophical implications of an existence that violates every category of ordinary human understanding. It requires him to be present, to be physical, to be engaged with what is immediately happening at the level of the body and the senses, and the direct encounter with whatever the current situation is offering. He meets these requirements easily and naturally, and with what appears to be genuine satisfaction, because the frozen moment that drives the requirements is also the frozen moment that makes meeting them feel good rather than burdensome. He is, of all the Cullen family members, the one whose frozen moment most closely aligns with what a person would choose if they were choosing the psychological state they wanted to inhabit for eternity. Not because his human death was less significant than the others, or because his transformation was less permanent, or because the freezing somehow affected him less completely, but because the moment the transformation found him was a moment of maximum vitality rather than maximum pain. And maximum vitality, preserved indefinitely, produces something that looks from the outside remarkably like happiness. He's not naive about what he is. This needs to be stated clearly, because the reading of Emmett as simple or unreflective is a reading that mistakes the absence of philosophical anxiety for the absence of philosophical awareness. He knows what he is. He knows what the thirst is and what it demands, and what the cost of the vegetarian lifestyle is, and what the alternative would mean. He knows what his family carries, each of them, and in the specific way of someone who has been paying direct and unfiltered attention to the people around him for decades, without the distorting filter of his own unresolved psychological damage complicating the perception. He sees Rosalie's rage clearly and loves her anyway, and perhaps because of it. He sees Edward's hollowness and its gradual transformation under Bella's presence with a directness that produces genuine delight rather than concern, because the frozen moment that is his does not organize the situation into threat and management requirement, but into something that is simply interesting and real and happening right now. He sees Jasper's hypervigilance and does not demand that Jasper relax it, does not make the mistake of treating the symptom as a personal affront or a social failure. He simply is present alongside it, in the uncomplicated way of someone whose own frozen moment does not require other people's frozen moments to be different than they are. He represents, in the specific and somewhat extraordinary context of the theory the script has been tracing, a proof of concept, a demonstration that the permanent preservation of a psychological state is not inherently catastrophic, that the frozen moment can, under the right conditions, produce something that functions well and feels good and provides a stable foundation for a life that has genuine meaning and genuine pleasure and genuine connection. He is not the exception that disproves the theory. He is the variation within it that reveals its full range, and the evidence that what was sealed in place at the moment of transformation determines the character of the existence that follows, not because it is always dark, but because it is always permanent. The bear that found him in the mountains of Gatlinburg gave him something his siblings did not receive in their own worst moments. It gave him, in the specific and entirely unintentional way that a bear attack in the Tennessee mountains gives anything to anyone, a frozen moment made of intensity and immediacy, and the absolute presence of a body fully committed to the current second and what it requires. And the transformation that Rosalie's compassion made possible took that moment and made it eternal, preserving it in marble with the same permanence it brings to everything it touches. Emmett Cullen will always be at the peak of that moment. He will always be at the deepest structural level of who he is. The person whose entire nervous system is organized around the direct and fully embodied encounter with what is happening right now. He will always find the extreme more interesting than the ordinary, the physical more immediate than the philosophical, the present more real than any past or future that does not arrive with the full force of immediate bodily experience. There are worse things to be preserved in. There are considerably worse things to carry forever than the permanent echo of feeling completely and bodily alive. And Emmett, who has never for a moment of his vampire existence pretended otherwise, knows this better than anyone. There is a moment near the beginning of Midnight Sun, and before Bella Swan has properly arrived in Edward's life, and before the story has found its central axis, when Edward sits in the Cullen family's cafeteria and listens to the thoughts of his siblings with the particular quality of attention that has become so habitual over decades of proximity that it barely registers as listening anymore. It is simply the condition of being Edward, the permanent background texture of an existence in which the minds of the people nearest to him are as continuously present as the sound of their breathing or the warmth their bodies do not produce. He hears Alice seeing fragments of the day ahead, ordinary and unremarkable. He hears Jasper managing the emotional landscape of the cafeteria with the automatic efficiency of someone who has been doing it so long that the management has become largely unconscious. A background process running beneath his surface attention, the way a soldier's threat assessment runs beneath ordinary conversation. He hears Rosalie thinking about her car with the focused precision she brings to anything she has decided is worth her attention. He hears Emmett planning a hunting trip with the uncomplicated enthusiasm of someone whose relationship to the future is primarily constituted by anticipation of his physical pleasures. He hears Esme from across the distance that separates the school from the glass house at the edge of the forest, thinking about each of them in the specific and anxious and entirely characteristic way that her frozen moment has made the permanent texture of her relationship to everyone she loves. He hears all of it simultaneously without effort, and the way a person hears the ambient sound of a room they have been sitting in for so long that the individual components have ceased to be distinguishable as separate sounds and have become simply the quality of the silence that surrounds them. And what he hears beneath the specific content of each individual mind, beneath the car and the hunting trip and the carefully calibrated emotional management and the maternal anxiety and the flickering visions of ordinary futures, is the permanent and unresolvable presence of 7 different frozen moments existing in close proximity to each other, and finding, through decades of practice and genuine love, and the specific compassion of people who understand what it means to carry something that will not close, ways to coexist without requiring each other to be different than they are. And this is what the Cullen family is, when examined through the lens of the theory that this script has been tracing. It is not a family in the sense of beings who are formed by the same origin and shaped by the same experiences, and who understand each other through the intimacy of shared history. None of them share an origin, and the histories that produce them are so different in their specific quality of damage that comparison between them is almost meaningless as an exercise. Carlisle's shame and Rosalie's rage occupy such different psychological territories that the word trauma, applied to both, requires so much qualification that it barely functions as a genuinely shared category. Esme's grief and Alice's void, and Jasper's soldier's readiness, and Emmett's frozen aliveness, and Edward's helplessness are not variations on a common theme arranged in different keys. They are distinct and largely incompatible psychological states, each one sealed in place at its own particular moment and operating according to its own internal logic, making demands on the world and on the people in it that the other states cannot meet and would not recognize as reasonable even if they could. And yet they function. And yet they love each other with a specific and fierce and somewhat desperate love of people who understand, without needing to say it aloud, because saying it aloud would add nothing to the understanding that already exists between them. That the wound does not close, and that this shared understanding is the ground they all stand on together. The one thing they genuinely have in common beneath all the incompatibility. And yet they have built, across decades of moving from town to town, and high school to high school, and identity to identity, something that has a texture and the weight and the genuine warmth of a family, constructed not from shared origin, but from shared choice, renewed continuously in the specific way that a choice must be renewed when it is not supported by any natural or inevitable logic, but only by the ongoing decision to make it again, every day, in full knowledge of what the making costs and what the alternatives look like. The incompatibilities are real. At hand, they do not diminish with time in the way that human incompatibilities sometimes diminish through the gradual accommodation that accumulated shared experience produces. The frozen moments do not soften toward each other. They remain exactly what they were, operating from the same foundational states that the transformation sealed in place, finding accommodations through deliberate effort rather than through the natural evolution of states that are still capable of evolution. Edward hears the incompatibilities every day in the specific and unfiltered way that his gift makes everything specific and unfiltered. And what he hears is not resolution but management, not harmony, but the ongoing and effortful maintenance of a coexistence that could not sustain itself without continuous intention behind it. Rosalie's need for absolute control and absolute boundary around everything she has designated as her own is fundamentally incompatible with the kind of open and porous family intimacy that Esme's frozen grief drives her to create and maintain. Rosalie does not want Esme's anxiety about her well-being. She does not want the specific quality of Esme's attention, which does not ask permission and does not negotiate with the defenses Rosalie has spent 90 years refining, and which her frozen moment experiences as precisely the kind of unsolicited access to her interior that she has been protecting against since the night in Rochester, when unsolicited access destroyed everything she was. And the fact that Esme's attention comes from love rather than from contempt does not change the structural experience of it for a frozen moment that is not organized around the distinction between love and contempt, but around the distinction between access that was invited and access that was not. Rosalie has found over decades an accommodation with Esme's love that allows her to receive it without entirely surrendering to it, a way of being loved that does not require her to be as open as Esme's love naturally wants her to be. This accommodation is not a resolution. It is the specific and genuinely difficult achievement of two incompatible frozen moments that have decided coexistence matters enough to justify the continuous effort of maintaining it. A Jasper's hypervigilance and Alice's forward-rushing certainty exist in a permanent productive tension that neither of them fully resolves, and both of them have learned, across decades of being beside each other, to use rather than merely to endure. Alice sees futures and moves toward them with the directness of someone for whom the forward direction is the primary temporal reality, the only direction that offers her the continuity and the coherence that her void of an origin cannot provide from the backward direction. Jasper assesses the present and its immediate threats with the thoroughness of someone whose frozen moment made present tense danger the permanent primary concern, who cannot enter a room without knowing where the exits are, who cannot sit beside a human without conducting a continuous low-level assessment of the threat that human's proximity represents to the discipline he is always maintaining. These orientations pull consistently in different directions. Alice toward the anticipated future, and Jasper toward the managed present. And the tension between them does not disappear through the alchemy of their relationship or the decades they have spent inhabiting it. It is simply held between them in the specific way of two people whose incompatible frozen moments have found in each other something the other state provides that the state alone cannot generate. Alice's certainty about the future gives Jasper's vigilance occasional permission to relax, to trust that the next moment is not hiding something his assessment has failed to detect, and because the person beside him can see further than his assessment reaches and is not afraid of what she sees. Jasper's groundedness in the immediate gives Alice's forward-rushing something to return to, a presence fully committed to the current moment that prevents her relationship to the future from becoming a flight from a present that the void and her origin makes it difficult to inhabit with full confidence. Edward and Carlisle occupy a relationship structured by the specific dynamic of a frozen shame and a frozen helplessness existing in the orientation of father and son. And the dynamic this produces has an intimacy and a difficulty that 3 decades of proximity have deepened rather than simplified. Carlisle's shame drives him toward the construction and maintenance of ethical frameworks adequate to the horror of what he became, and toward the building of structures that provide daily evidence against the conviction that his existence is net harm. Edward's helplessness drives him toward the hypervigilance and the obsessive self-control that are the frozen moment's primary expressions, toward the continuous monitoring of himself and everyone around him for the signs that the control is failing and the monster is gaining ground. These drives are compatible enough to support a genuine and deep relationship, but they produce frictions that decades of love and shared purpose have not fully resolved. Carlisle's gentleness, which is real and rooted in 3 centuries of deliberate practice, sometimes lands on Edward's vigilance as insufficiently alert to what the situation actually requires, or as a form of optimism that the frozen helplessness cannot afford, because optimism is what the boy in the Chicago hospital had and the hospital destroyed. Edward's self-scrutiny, relentless and unsparing in ways that exceed what any reasonable ethical standard would demand, sometimes exceeds what Carlisle's framework of possible goodness can accommodate, without becoming something more like chronic self-punishment than honest assessment. They have been negotiating this incompatibility since Chicago in 1918. they are still negotiating it in Forks in 2005. The negotiation is the relationship as much as the love is, and the love is real enough to sustain the negotiation across as many decades as the negotiation requires. How Emmett exists in the family as something that none of the other frozen moments could have generated on their own, and that the family, once it has him, finds itself unable to imagine functioning without in quite the same way. His frozen moment of maximum physical vitality and absolute present tense engagement provides a counterweight to the accumulated psychological weight of the other frozen moments that nothing else in the family's composition could supply in the same form or with the same consistency. He does not take the damage less seriously than it deserves. He simply does not require it to be the primary register in which everything is experienced, and his refusal, rooted in the frozen moment that made immediate aliveness rather than immediate pain, the permanent baseline of his existence, gives the family periodic access to a different way of inhabiting their own existence than their frozen moments would generate if left entirely to themselves. He finds things funny when the situation warrants it, and sometimes when it does not, and the finding is genuine in both cases. The family's capacity to experience genuine humor, which is one of the small but important things that makes their existence livable in the particular way that genuinely livable things are distinguished from merely survivable ones, depends more heavily on Emmett's presence than any of them have probably examined directly. The question the theory has been building toward, through the individual examination of each frozen moment, is the question of what holds them together across such profound incompatibility. What is the organizing principle of a family composed of 7 people frozen in 7 irreconcilable psychological states, who have no shared origin and no common history and no natural basis for the trust and acceptance and genuine mutual care that constitutes them as a family, rather than simply as a coven of convenience whose members happen to have been making the same dietary choice for several decades? The surface of the story tends to suggest that Carlisle's philosophy and Esme's warmth and the shared commitment to the vegetarian lifestyle provide the organizing principle, that the family is held together by the shared ethical project that Carlisle initiated and that each subsequent member has chosen to participate in. And this is true as far as it goes. The shared ethical project is real and it matters, and it has been the practical basis for their coexistence in a world that would classify them all as predators of exactly the same kind if it knew what they were. The vegetarian lifestyle is not merely a dietary choice. It is the shared daily practice that gives their coexistence a common language and a common discipline, and the specific experience of struggling toward the same goal from different positions, which is one of the things that can bind people together even when almost everything else about them differs. But beneath the ethical project, supporting it from below in the way that foundations support architecture, is something more specific and more personal than shared ethics. It is the shared knowledge of the permanent wound as a category, once the mutual understanding that the wound does not close, that time does not do for vampires what it does for humans, that the frozen moment is not a phase or a stage or a condition, that adequate processing and sufficient support and the right circumstances will eventually move them through and out the other side of. They are all inside their worst moment permanently, and they all know this about themselves and about each other, and this shared knowledge produces a specific and unusual quality of compassion, that is different from the compassion available between people who still believe, at some level, that healing is possible. The compassion between the Cullens is the compassion of people who have stopped expecting each other to get better, not because they have given up on each other, not because the love has diminished or the investment in each other's well-being has reduced to a nominal concern, but because they have understood, through decades of watching each other navigate frozen moments that do not yield, that the expectation of improvement is itself a form of pressure that the people they love cannot meet and should not be required to meet. Rosalie is not going to stop being angry. Edward is not going to stop scrutinizing himself beyond what any reasonable measure of self-examination requires. Jasper is not going to stop assessing every room for exits and threat levels with the automatic thoroughness of a soldier who was never properly discharged. Esme is not going to stop directing the full force of her bottomless maternal concern toward each of them with an intensity that can be overwhelming in its totality. Alice is not going to stop rushing toward the future with the urgency of someone whose past is a void she is perpetually moving away from. Carlisle is not going to stop carrying the shame that 3 centuries of extraordinary ethical living has not managed to dissolve. None of them is going to change in the fundamental ways that the ordinary logic of growth and healing and the gradual softening of old wounds would predict if they were human, and the wounds were wounds that time could work on. And the family has made, not through any single decision or formal acknowledgement, but through the accumulated practice of decades of choosing to remain together despite this, a peace with this reality that constitutes the most honest and most genuinely generous thing about their relationship to each other. They have made a peace with each other's permanence. They have decided, in the way that decisions get made between people who love each other and have been paying attention across decades, that the unchanging nature of what each of them carries is not a failure of character or a deficit of effort, but simply the truth of what they are, and that the truth of what they are is worth loving alongside all its complications. Bella's arrival disrupts this equilibrium in ways that Edward's perspective in Midnight Sun tracks with the attentiveness of someone whose own frozen moment has been most directly and most profoundly affected by the disruption. She is not frozen. This is the first and most fundamental thing about her that distinguishes her from every other person in the Cullen family's immediate relational world, for the thing that makes her presence both profoundly appealing and subtly destabilizing to a group of people whose entire relational framework has been constructed around the shared experience of permanent stasis. She is still becoming. Her psychological architecture is still being written by experience, still permeable to new information in the way that the venom has made none of theirs permeable since the moment of their respective transformations, still capable of the kind of genuine and irreversible change that results when a self that is still in motion is encountered by experiences significant enough to alter its direction. She represents, to each frozen moment in the family, something different, and the differences are revealing because they reflect each frozen moment's specific needs and specific deficits more directly than almost any other single element of the story. To Edward, whose frozen moment is rooted in helplessness and the desperate need for information, and the hypervigilance of someone who once had complete awareness and zero capacity to act on it. Bella represents the mystery that the frozen moment has been trying and failing to resolve through every other available means for 87 years. She is the one mind he cannot access, the one person who remained genuinely and completely unknown to him, regardless of how close he sits, or how long he attends, or how many decades of involuntary practice he brings to the attempt. She is, from the perspective of his frozen moment, and the only experience in his vampire existence that corresponds to something the frozen moment actually needs, rather than something it is managing. The silence her mind produces in him is not merely pleasant or interesting or a novelty after a century of compulsory knowing. It is the closest thing to rest that the hypervigilant architecture of his frozen helplessness has ever been offered. The first experience in 87 years of genuine uncertainty about another person that does not immediately translate into threat. To Esme, whose frozen grief drives her bottomless need to gather and protect and provision and surround with the specific quality of love that has no limit, because the grief that produced it also had no limit. Bella represents something to love that is still fragile in the way that the baby was fragile, still mortal and temporary, and genuinely in need of the protective attention that marble permanence can provide more reliably than human vulnerability ever could. Esme loves Bella with a speed and a completeness that can surprise people who observe it without the context the theory provides. But it does not surprise the theory. The frozen moment that drives Esme's love does not require an extended period of acquaintance before it commits. It recognizes need, and it responds to need with the full force of an affection that has no upper boundary, because the grief at its source also had no upper boundary, and the love that has been building since 1921 is not something that has learned caution. To Alice, Bella represents both the most significant operational limitation her gift has encountered and the most genuinely interesting relational challenge her existence has presented since she found Jasper in that Philadelphia diner. She can see Bella clearly. The forward direction, which is the primary territory of Alice's selfhood and the primary mechanism through which she constructs her sense of continuous identity in a life that has no backward direction available to construct it from, becomes unreliable and obscured wherever Bella is involved. This should, by the internal logic of Alice's frozen moment, be a source of significant distress, and it is, in a low and continuous way, that Alice manages with the same determined forward motion she applies to everything. But Alice also finds in Bella something her gift-mediated relationship to most people cannot provide. She has to simply be with Bella in the present, learning her directly, in real time, through the patient and uncertain process of actual acquaintance, rather than vision. This is more difficult for Alice than it would be for any of her siblings, because the present is the temporal territory she has the least practice inhabiting with full confidence. It is also, paradoxically, the most real thing about most of her relationships, the clearest experience of another person as a genuine other, rather than a future she can already see. To Rosalie, Bella represents the specific and daily pain of watching someone voluntarily surrender what was taken from Rosalie without her consent or foreknowledge or any opportunity to choose differently. The theory has already examined this dimension of Rosalie's response to Bella, but the family context adds a layer to it that the individual examination did not fully develop. Rosalie's frozen moment exists within a family structure that has, over decades, built a specific set of accommodations around its presence. The family knows what Rosalie carries and has made its peace with the terms that her frozen moment sets. Bella's arrival introduces, into this carefully maintained equilibrium, a new relational element that the existing accommodations do not cover. A human who knows what they are and is choosing transformation with a willingness that Rosalie's frozen rage can process without cost. The cost is paid daily, in the specific form of a hostility that Rosalie does not entirely conceal and does not entirely intend and cannot entirely control, because the frozen moment that generates it is not under her control in the way that her deliberate choices are under her control. To Jasper, Bella is primarily the most demanding management challenge his particular frozen moment has encountered in the Forks context. A human whose specific blood constitutes a thirst trigger of unusual intensity, for a man whose thirst is already the most difficult to manage within the family. He keeps his distance not from indifference or hostility, but from the kind of tactical self-awareness that his military frozen moment has made automatic, and the recognition that proximity to a specific threat should be minimized when minimization is possible, and that no amount of goodwill changes the physiological reality of what his body does in response to the specific sensory information her presence provides. But his empathic gift receives, beneath the management challenge, the full emotional reality of what Bella actually is. A person feeling things completely and without the protective distance that experience eventually teaches most people to maintain between themselves and the full force of their own responses. The freshness of this, the unguarded quality of emotions that have not yet learned to be careful about themselves, arrives through Jasper's gift with a vividness that the familiar and therefore somewhat muted emotional states of his family members do not produce. To Carlisle, Bella represents the intersection of every dimension of his frozen shame's primary concerns. The ethical responsibility he feels toward a human who now knows what they are. The medical concern that expresses his frozen moment's primary coping mechanism. The specific care for Edward that has characterized his relationship to his first transformed child since Chicago. And the broader question of what her presence means for the family's safety and for the future that Alice cannot see as clearly as usual when Bella is involved. Carlisle approaches her with a gentleness that 3 centuries of choosing gentleness as the primary response to everything difficult have made his most automatic mode, and with the specific and careful quality of attention that a person pays to something they have assessed as genuinely important and genuinely fragile and genuinely worth protecting, even at some cost to the convenience of doing so. To Emmett, Bella is primarily a source of the specific kind of amusement that his frozen moment generates when it encounters situations that are, at their core, genuinely and irresistibly funny if you are paying direct and unfiltered attention to what is actually happening rather than what should theoretically be happening. A human girl who knows what the Cullens are and stays anyway, who wanders into a family of vampires and proceeds to become the most important person in the life of the one member of the family, who has spent a century being ostentatiously self-controlled, while whose physical clumsiness is in almost comical contrast with the physical perfection of everyone around her, whose stubborn insistence on remaining present despite every rational argument for departure is both objectively admirable and objectively hilarious, when viewed from the particular angle of someone whose frozen moment made the full and unfiltered perception of what is actually in front of you, the permanent primary mode of engagement with the world. What the family has built across all of this incompatibility and across all of these frozen moments pulling in their different and often irreconcilable directions is not a resolution. It is not a harmony or a balance or a system that has found stable equilibrium through the natural convergence of its components. It is a practice, an ongoing and imperfect and genuinely difficult and requiring continuous renewal from every person participating in it, of choosing each other anyway, of deciding every day with full knowledge of what each person in the family carries and what that carrying costs, and what the incompatibilities between the different carriages produce in the specific and daily texture of shared existence, that this is the group they want to be in, that the coexistence of incompatible wounds is preferable to the isolation of each wound existing alone, that the specific and genuine love that has developed between beings who cannot heal is worth the difficulty of maintaining it across the fault lines that the frozen moments create between people who would not, if left purely to the logic of their respective damages, have chosen each other. They remain, and they choose each other. And in a world where time stopped for all of them at their worst moment, where the frozen state is permanent and the wound is sealed in place with the same marble thoroughness that sealed every other aspect of who they are, the choosing is not merely admirable, it is extraordinary. It is the one thing the transformation cannot do for them, the one thing that falls entirely outside the venom's comprehensive rewriting of who they are. The love between them is the one unfrozen thing in a family of frozen people, renewed continuously because renewal is what love requires when permanence is not available to substitute for it, chosen continuously because the frozen moment cannot choose anything. Only the people inside it can do that. And they do, again and again, and across every incompatibility and every difficulty and every day of carrying wounds that will never close in a world that keeps moving around the stillness of what they are. They choose each other, and that choosing, freely made and continuously renewed and completely unnecessary in the sense that nothing compels it except the love that generates it, is the most extraordinary thing about them. More extraordinary than the speed or the strength or the marble permanence or the centuries of accumulated existence. More extraordinary than any of the gifts the transformation produced in the minds it preserved. The choosing, simple and continuous and entirely their own. That is what holds them together. That is what the frozen moment cannot take from them, because the frozen moment cannot reach it. The love they choose every day are in full knowledge of what they are and what they carry, and what it costs to remain beside each other with all of it present and none of it resolved. It is enough. In a world where healing is not available, it is more than enough. It may be everything. There is a question at the center of the theory that the individual analyses of each frozen moment have been building toward without quite reaching. A question that requires the full weight of everything that has come before it to be properly understood and properly asked. It is not a question about any single frozen moment in isolation, not about the specific texture of Carlisle's shame, or the specific architecture of Rosalie's rage, or the specific void at the center of Alice's origin. It is the question that the theory generates when it has finished mapping the individual frozen moments and turns its attention to what happens when a frozen person encounters an unfrozen one, when someone who has been sealed in the psychological state of their worst human moment for 87 years sits down beside someone who is still becoming, still permeable, still capable of being changed by experience in the fundamental way that the venom has made none of the Cullens capable of being changed since the moment of their respective transformations. The question is this: can the presence of someone who is still moving create movement in someone who is permanently still? Can love, which is the one unfrozen thing the theory has identified in the family's shared existence, do something that time and experience and deliberate effort and decades of conscious management have all failed to do? Can Bella Swan, who is 17 years old and human and still in the process of becoming whoever she is going to be, reach into the frozen moment that has defined Edward Cullen since Chicago in 1918 and alter something that the transformation sealed in place with the permanent intention of its complete and irrevocable rewriting of everything he was? The theory cannot answer this question cleanly. What it can do, and what this act will attempt to do, is trace the relationship between Edward and Bella through the lens of the frozen moment with sufficient care and honesty to understand what is actually happening between them, what the frozen moment produces in Edward's experience of her, what her particular qualities mean to the specific psychological state that the transformation preserved in him, and what the encounter between a permanently fixed self and a self still in motion looks like from the inside of the fixed one. Edward's experience of Bella begins, as Midnight Sun makes absolutely clear, not with love or fascination or the particular form of obsessive interest that will develop in the weeks following their first encounter, but with the most extreme and the most immediate expression of the frozen moment that his vampire existence has produced. The thirst for her blood is the frozen helplessness made physical. It is the specific experience of a mind that is working perfectly, that comprehends the situation with complete clarity, and that understands exactly what is happening and exactly what the consequences of giving into it would be, and that finds itself entirely without the capacity to simply make the situation different through the force of its comprehension. He cannot choose not to smell her. He cannot choose not to want what the smell produces in him. He can choose not to act on it, and this is the choice that the frozen helplessness drives him to make with every resource available to him, because the frozen helplessness made control the primary psychological imperative of his existence, and her presence is the most extreme test that imperative has ever faced. But the wanting is not his to choose, and the intensity of the wanting is not his to moderate, and the specific experience of comprehending something completely while being unable to make it stop is the experience that the dying boy in the Chicago hospital knew better than any other, and that the vampire in the Forks biology classroom is now reliving in a form that the hospital could not have produced. He sits beside her and does not breathe, and counts seconds and does not move, and applies the full weight of 87 years of practice control to the single task of remaining in his seat, rather than doing what every instinct in his body is organized around doing. And the experience is, at the level of the frozen moment, profoundly familiar, not comfortable, not manageable, not something that the familiarity makes easier, but familiar in the specific way of someone encountering the precise emotional signature of their worst experience in a new and unexpected form. The helplessness is recognizable The full awareness paired with the inability to make it stop is recognizable. The specific quality of enduring something that cannot be ended through any act of will or intelligence or effort is the exact texture of dying in a hospital in 1918, and the frozen moment recognizes it immediately because the frozen moment is organized around nothing else, and then he reaches for her mind and finds nothing. This is the moment that the theory identifies as the pivot point of everything that follows, the moment when the frozen moment's experience of Bella shifts from the familiar texture of helplessness in new form to something the frozen moment has no category for. He's been hearing minds since the first days of his transformation, has been receiving the involuntary broadcast of every consciousness within his range without pause or mercy or any moment in his 87 years of vampire existence when the reception simply ceased. The ability to read minds is not, for Edward, primarily a gift. It is the condition of his existence, as structural and as inescapable as the thirst, as continuously present as the awareness of his own silent heartbeat. He did not choose it. He cannot turn it off. He has spent nearly a century learning to manage the noise of it, to tune down the volume of minds he is not actively interested in, and to filter the constant broadcast into something that does not overwhelm functioning. But the broadcast is always there. The consciousness of everyone around him always present at some level of his awareness, always providing the specific and involuntary information that his frozen helplessness has turned into the primary mechanism of its attempt to compensate for what it lost in Chicago. If he knows what everyone is thinking, he cannot be caught unaware again. If he knows what is coming before it arrives, he cannot be the boy who lay in the hospital corridor, aware of everything and able to change nothing, because awareness without preparation is precisely the experience that destroyed him. The mind reading is not simply a vampire gift. It is the frozen moment's most developed and most continuously exercised response to the specific quality of the wound it carries. It is what the helplessness built. Over 87 years of having access to a tool that the dying boy in Chicago would have given everything for, to try to ensure that nothing like Chicago ever catches him without warning again. And Bella's mind gives him nothing, completely, perfectly, without any of the partial signals or muffled transmissions that might suggest interference rather than absence. Nothing. The precise location where her thoughts should be broadcasting with the same involuntary clarity as every other human mind he has ever encountered is simply silent. And the silence is absolute. And the absoluteness of it is something he has no framework for, because it has never happened before. The shock of this cuts through the bloodlust in a way that nothing else in the room could have managed, because the bloodlust is the frozen moment expressing itself in one of its most familiar forms, and the silence is the frozen moment encountering something entirely outside its existing taxonomy. The frozen moment does not know what to do with this. It has categories for overwhelming desire and categories for the exhausting exercise of control, and categories for the familiar texture of reading people's minds and learning more about them than they would want him to know. It does not have a category for a human being whose interior is simply, entirely, inexplicably inaccessible. He leaves the classroom at the end of the period with a speed that is barely within the range of what can be passed off as normal, and the urgency of his exit is not primarily about the thirst, though the thirst is still there, still burning, still making its demands with complete indifference to his preferences. The urgency is about the silence. The frozen moment that has been organized around information, around the compensatory acquisition of the awareness that dying in Chicago stripped from him, has just encountered its only known failure, and the failure is not distressing in the way the frozen moment would have predicted. It is something else, something the frozen moment recognizes dimly, the way a person recognizes a word in a language they have not spoken since childhood, reaching for the meaning through layers of disuse. It feels, however distantly and however improbably, like the absence of something that was never actually helping. He returns on Tuesday. He hunts before school, taking down animals with the focused intensity of someone preparing for the hardest test of their discipline, gorging himself on blood that is not what his body wants, in order to mute the wanting to its most manageable level. He prepares himself the way the frozen moment prepares for everything it identifies as a threat, with maximum effort and maximum thoroughness, and the particular quality of grim determination that characterizes someone who has decided they will endure rather than give in. He sits beside her again. The thirst is there, as it will always be there. The frozen helplessness finding in her blood the most intense possible expression of the thing it cannot control. And her mind is silent, as it will always be silent, offering him nothing, her remaining inaccessible through the one mechanism he has spent 87 years using to compensate for what the frozen moment took from him. He begins to watch her the way the frozen moment watches everything, with total and unceasing attention directed at every available source of information that can substitute for the information her mind will not provide. He observes how she moves, how she holds her pen, how she responds to Mr. Banner's questions, how she interacts with the other students in the class with a quiet reserve that suggests she is more comfortable being the observer than the observed. He notes the things about her that would not be notable in anyone whose mind he could access, because the mind would render the physical observation redundant. The chewing of her lower lip when she is concentrating, the slight left-handedness with the pen held at an awkward angle, the way she does the lab work efficiently and independently, without any apparent need for collaboration or reassurance. These observations would be, in the context of anyone else he has ever known, unnecessary supplements to the direct and unfiltered information of their thoughts. In the context of Bella Swan, they are everything he has to work with, the only data points available to someone who must know about the people around him, but who is, for the first time in his vampire existence, required to know through the slow and uncertain and genuinely human process of actual attention rather than involuntary reception. He follows her home from school. The following is the frozen moment in direct and not entirely comfortable expression, the hypervigilance that has been the primary external behavior generated by the frozen helplessness, directing itself toward the protection of the one person in the world whose mind constitutes the most disorienting experience of his existence. He tells himself it is safety, that he is ensuring she arrives home without incident, that the ancient truck she drives is unreliable enough to warrant a concerned observer maintaining a discreet distance behind it on the road to her father's house. The justification is thin, and he knows it is thin, but the frozen moment does not generate its protective behaviors through the mechanism of adequate justification. It generates them through the mechanism of threat response. And Bella Swan, who represents both the most intense thirst he has experienced and the most complete silence he has encountered, and constitutes a category of experience that the frozen moment's threat response system does not know how to not respond to. He goes to her window at night. This is the point in the narrative where the frozen moment's behavior becomes most directly legible as the expression of the specific wound it carries, and it is also the point where the behavior is most difficult to defend and most important to understand clearly, rather than to excuse or to romanticize. He goes to her window and watches her sleep, because the frozen moment that dries him cannot tolerate the gap between what he needs to know and what he is able to know, because the silence of her sleeping mind is paradoxically the most peaceful experience available to him in existence, characterized by the continuous and unwanted noise of everyone else's consciousness. And because the specific quality of watching over something while it is vulnerable is the frozen helplessness's primary behavioral response to everything it has identified as important. He could not watch over his father. He could not watch over his mother. He lay in the hospital corridor and knew what was happening and could not do anything about any of it. He will watch over Bella Swan with the full and continuous and somewhat excessive commitment of someone whose frozen moment has identified watching over as the one form of agency that the dying boy in Chicago was denied. She says his name in her sleep 3 weeks into his nightly vigils, and the moment carries in it more information than any of the minds he has read involuntarily across 8 decades of unwanted access. She is dreaming about him. Her sleeping mind, an end which gives him nothing during her waking hours, has revealed through the medium of a single murmured word that he exists in her interior life in some form, that the careful and somewhat strange boy in biology class has found his way into her unconscious in a way that suggests the impact of their encounters has not been limited to his experience of them. He leaves quickly, because the revelation is more than the frozen moment knows how to process without flight, and the flight is its own form of the helplessness. The boy in Chicago who could not stay when the hospital took his mother. Now the vampire who cannot stay when Bella's sleeping voice offers him more intimacy than he knows how to receive without retreating from it. He tells her the truth in the meadow. This is the act that the theory identifies as the most significant voluntary departure from the frozen moment's primary behavioral logic that Edward undertakes in the entire span of the story. The moment when the helplessness, which has always responded to vulnerability by building structures of control and management around it, chooses instead to simply be vulnerable. He takes her to the clearing in the forest, away from anyone who might observe what he is about to do, and he tells her what he is. He steps into the sunlight and shows her what the light reveals, the diamond bright impossibility of his skin in direct sun, the thing that marks him most visibly as other than what he has been performing. He says the word that he has never said aloud to a human before, in the full knowledge that the saying of it is irreversible, and that it constitutes a vulnerability so total that no amount of subsequent management can undo it. The frozen helplessness does not generate this behavior. Helplessness generates control, generates management, generates the elaborate structures of concealment and performance that have characterized Edward's human interactions for 87 years. It does not generate the voluntary surrender of concealment, the deliberate exposure of the thing most carefully protected. What generates the meadow scene, is something the theory has to account for carefully, because it is either evidence of the frozen moment beginning to yield, or it is evidence of the frozen moment finding in Bella a new and different object for the behaviors it has always generated, and/or it is something the theory cannot fully explain through the lens of the frozen moment alone. Edward himself does not fully know which of these it is. Midnight Sun is honest about this, in the specific way that Edward is honest about things he cannot see clearly about himself, which is to say that he identifies the behavior, acknowledges that it is unusual, and cannot entirely account for it through the framework of understanding his own nature that he has developed across 87 years of self-observation. He knows he is going to tell her. He knows he is not going to stop himself. He cannot fully explain why the frozen moment that has always responded to vulnerability by building walls is responding, in this specific case and with this specific person, by taking the walls down. Bella's response to the revelation and her complete and steady refusal to run, her reaching out to touch the glittering surface of his arm with the specific calmness of someone who has already made her decision and is now simply confirming it through direct experience, does something to the frozen moment that the frozen moment does not have adequate language for. She is not afraid of him. She knows what he is, in as much detail as he has been able to make her know it, and she is not afraid. The frozen moment that has spent 87 years organizing itself around the prevention of catastrophe, around the continuous management of the threat that his own nature represents to everyone around him, has just encountered a person who received the full information of what he is and has decided that the information does not change her willingness to be beside him. The specific quality of what this produces in him is not happiness, not precisely, though happiness is part of it. It is something more like the experience of having built an enormous structure of protection around a wound, and then discovering that the wound, at least in the presence of this one specific person, is not producing the emergency that the structure was built to manage. The structure is still there. The frozen moment is still there. The thirst is still there, as demanding and as indifferent to his preferences as it has ever been. But something in the continuous alarm that the frozen moment runs beneath everything else, the hyper-vigilant awareness of imminent catastrophe that has been the background condition of his existence since Chicago, has quieted by a degree that he cannot quite quantify, but that is unmistakably real. He watches her sleep in the nights that follow the meadow, climbing through her window after she has opened it for him, sitting in the rocking chair in the corner of her room while she sleeps, and her mind remains inaccessible, and the silence is the specific quality of peace that the frozen moment has never before permitted him. He talks to her through the long hours of nights when she is awake, telling her things about his human life that he rarely speaks about Chicago and the influenza, and the boy he was before Carlisle's venom made him something else. The telling is significant in the specific context of the frozen moment, because the frozen moment does not typically generate disclosure of this kind, does not typically direct the helplessness toward the vulnerability of allowing someone else to know where the wound is. It generates concealment. It generates the management of appearances and the careful control of what information others have access to. Because the dying boy in Chicago was caught without adequate protection, and the frozen moment has spent 87 years building protection so comprehensive that it has become indistinguishable from the self. But Bella, whose mind he cannot access, whose interior he cannot penetrate regardless of how carefully he attends, can only be known through what he tells her and through what she voluntarily offers him. And the frozen moment, which has spent 87 years compensating for what it cannot control through the involuntary acquisition of information about everyone around him, finds in this constraint something unexpected. The requirement to be known through disclosure rather than through involuntary revelation is not experienced in the context of Bella as a deficit. It is experienced as the particular quality of an encounter that the frozen moment has never had before. The encounter with someone whose knowing of him is entirely dependent on his choice to be known. He has never had this before. In 87 years of reading every mind in his vicinity, he has never experienced the specific and somewhat extraordinary condition of a relationship in which the other person cannot know him except through what he chooses to give them. Everyone else in his life, his family, the students at Forks High School, the people he passes on the street, has been known to him in full, while knowing him only in the partial and curated form that his performance of humanity allows. The relationship between knowing and being known has always been radically asymmetrical in his favor, and the asymmetry is the frozen moment's primary protection against the vulnerability of Chicago, where he knew nothing and could do nothing and lost everything. With Bella, the asymmetry is reversed. She cannot read his mind. She can only know him through what he gives her, and he can only know her through what she gives him. And the symmetry of this mutual dependence on voluntary disclosure is the closest thing to an equal relationship that the frozen moment has ever been offered. Whether this constitutes genuine thaw, whether something in the frozen moment is actually moving under the influence of what Bella's presence produces in it, is the question the theory has been building toward, and the question it cannot answer with confidence. What can be said is this: Edward, in the closing chapters of Midnight Sun, is not the same in his moment-to-moment experience of existence as Edward in the opening chapters before Bella arrived. The hollow quality, the resigned sameness of an existence that had not surprised him in decades, has been replaced by something that has the texture of genuine engagement, of a self that is oriented toward the future in a way that the frozen helplessness, which has always been oriented toward the prevention of catastrophe rather than toward the anticipation of anything worth having, has not previously generated. He makes her a promise at the close of the story, a promise about transformation and timing and her humanity and the future that he is willing to consider inhabiting with her if she is certain she wants it. The making of the promise is itself significant in the context of the frozen moment. The frozen helplessness does not make promises about futures it cannot control. It manages the present and prepares for threats and builds structures of protection against whatever catastrophe is most immediately conceivable. It does not commit to a future as though the future is something worth committing to. The promise to Bella is the frozen moment allowing, for perhaps the first time in 87 years, that the future might be something other than an extension of the threat landscape of the present. Is this healing? Is this the frozen moment yielding, even slightly, to the influence of someone who is still becoming, whose unfrozen self has found the one gap in the frozen moment's comprehensive defenses and is slowly, incrementally, without forcing anything, simply being present in it? The theory cannot say with certainty. What it can say is that the question matters, and that the mattering of it is itself evidence of something the frozen moment alone would not have produced. The frozen moment does not wonder whether it is healing. It manages, it endures, it builds and maintains and compensates and protects. Wondering whether something in it is changing is the behavior of a self that has encountered sufficient evidence of possible change to make the wandering feel worth doing. Edward wonders. He wonders in midnight sun, with the specific quality of someone who is encountering a new experience and does not yet have adequate framework for understanding it, who is applying to an unprecedented situation the best available tools from a century of self-knowledge and finding that the tools are only partially adequate, that the situation Bella represents exceeds what the frozen moment's existing taxonomy can accommodate. Perhaps that is the most honest answer the theory can offer. Not that Bella heals the frozen moment, because the frozen moment does not heal. The theory has been clear about this from the beginning, but that she exceeds it, that her presence produces experiences in Edward that the frozen moment did not generate and cannot fully contain, and that the encounter between her unfrozen self and his frozen one creates something in the gap between them that belongs to neither the frozen moment nor the unfrozen one, but to the specific and unprecedented space where they meet. The boy who died helpless in Chicago could not have imagined this space. The vampire spent 87 years building comprehensive structures of control and management and compensatory awareness around the wound that boy carried, could not have found it alone. It required Bella, specifically and irreplaceably Bella, the one mind that gives him nothing, the one person who must be known through choice rather than through involuntary revelation, had the one presence in his entire century of existence that has offered the frozen moment something it could not manufacture through its own elaborate and exhausting architecture. Not healing, not resolution, not the closing of the wound or the dissolving of the frozen state, or any of the things that time can do for human wounds in human people, who are still embedded in the flow of time and susceptible to its gradual and imperfect work. Something quieter than any of those things, something the frozen moment did not know it was capable of, and that it would not have found without her. A pause in the alarm, a moment extended across weeks and months of her presence, in which the helplessness that has always been the loudest thing in the room discovers that it is not, in fact, the only thing in the room. That discovery does not unfreeze him. But it changes in ways that the theory can identify even if it cannot fully measure. What being frozen means for someone who has made it. And perhaps, in a world where healing is not available, that is the best and most honest and most genuinely extraordinary thing that love between an unfrozen person and a frozen one can do. So here we are, at the end of a theory that began with a simple and somewhat devastating question. What if immortality does not free you from your worst moment, but preserves you inside it permanently, with the same thoroughness and the same finality that the venom applies to everything else it touches? We have followed that question through 7 lives, 7 transformations, 7 frozen moments sealed in place before time could work on them, the way time works on human wounds. We have found in each of them the direct and traceable line between the person who died and the vampire who woke, between the specific quality of the suffering that accompanied the transformation and the specific quality of the existence that followed it. Carlisle, frozen in the shame of becoming the thing his entire life had been organized around destroying. Edward, frozen in the helplessness of a mind that understood everything and could change nothing. Esme, frozen at the bottom of a grief so complete it had extinguished the will to continue. Rosalie, frozen in the rage of an intentional wrong done by people who believed they could do it without consequence. Jasper, frozen in the perpetual readiness of a soldier whose war never properly ended. Alice, frozen in the void of a self without an origin, upbuilding everything forward because the backward direction has nothing in it to return to. Emmett, frozen at the peak of maximum aliveness, carrying the adrenaline of a bear attack in the Tennessee mountains as the permanent baseline of his experience of being. None of them healed. The theory is honest about this, and the honesty is the most important thing about it, the thing that makes it worth sitting with, rather than simply setting aside. They did not heal because the mechanism through which healing occurs, the slow and imperfect and continuous work of time on a self that is still moving and still permeable and still capable of being altered by new experience, was removed from them at the moment of transformation. They were sealed, and what was sealed was not the best version of themselves, not the version they would have chosen if the choosing had been available to them, but the version they were in the moment that the venom found them, their worst moment, made permanent. And yet they built something. Each of them, from the fixed point of the frozen moment, reached towards something worth having and found ways, imperfect and costly and requiring continuous renewal, to build around the wound rather than through it. Carlisle built a family and a vocation and a moral framework that has held across 3 centuries of genuine difficulty. Esme built a home and a love and the ongoing assertion made every day through every act of care directed toward the people she gathered, that a self which has lost everything is still capable of creating things worth having. Rosalie built the fierce and uncompromising knowledge of her own worth that the frozen moment preserved alongside the rage, the refusal to accept that what was done to her was acceptable, the marble insistence on her own value that has never once softened into accommodation. Jasper built, at enormous and daily cost, the choice of peace over war, made again every day in full knowledge of what the choice costs, and with no illusion that the cost will diminish. Alice built herself out of nothing but the forward direction and the people she chose to move toward, constructing identity from future and relationship when the past offered her only a void. Emmett built joy, which is perhaps the most underrated of all the constructions. The daily and genuine and entirely unperformed experience of finding aliveness in what is immediately present are an Edward built across 87 years of hollow endurance, and then across the weeks and months of Bella's inexplicable and irreplaceable presence. The first genuine pause in the alarm that the frozen helplessness had been running since Chicago in 1918. None of this is healing, but it is something the theory wants to be careful about, because something is not nothing. And in a world where healing is genuinely not available, something may be the most honest and the most worthy and the most genuinely extraordinary achievement there is. There is a kind of dignity in the Cullen family that the theory has been trying, across all its individual analyses and its examination of the family as a whole, to name accurately without overstating it. It is not the dignity of people who have overcome their damage. It is the dignity of people who have looked at damage that cannot be overcome and have decided to build something worth having anyway, to love each other with a completeness that the frozen moments do not generate on their own, and that therefore must be generated through continuous choice, to remain present in an existence that would be easier, in some narrow sense, to stop caring about. They are monuments to who they were in their most defining moments. Monuments made of marble, unchanging, permanent, carrying in their very stillness the specific shape of the experience that created them. But monuments that chose each other, that built a life together, that found, in the encounter between 7 incompatible frozen moments and one unfrozen girl from Phoenix, who refused to be frightened away, something that the frozen moments alone would never have produced. The clock stopped for all of them at the moment of transformation. The faces in the photograph do not change. The worst moment, preserved indefinitely, continues to be the worst moment, with all its specific weight and all its specific texture and all its specific demands on the self that carries it. But they carry it. They have always carried it, and they have carried it together, which is the one thing the transformation could not do for them, and the one thing that turns out, when examined honestly, to matter most. Rest now. Let these 7 frozen moments settle into the quiet of wherever you are, and let yourself drift into the kind of sleep that the living get to have. The sleep of a self still moving through time, still permeable, is still capable of being changed by morning. That is not a small thing. That is the midnight sun theory of frozen vampire trauma, carried gently into the dark. Good night.